And welcome. Need to make sure everything's running smoothly here. Fantastic. And welcome to the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. You're watching it live here on your live event. We will be getting here. We will begin here shortly. Stay tuned. Again, you are watching the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. And once again, we'd like to welcome you to the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day, presented by University of Minnesota. Um, now, we'll get started here shortly. Again, we want to thank you for joining us here on your live event. Um, if you know anybody, share the link, do all the normal YouTube things. Um, again, we will get started here shortly.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to give just a 2-minute warning. I am Heather Dufault with the Norman County Extension Office. I am the ag educator for Norman and Polk counties. So I just wanted to say welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. We're excited to start off our day with our youth presentations, which we brought to you about 3 years ago as the first time. So today I'm excited to say that we have 5 presentations from our youth today. I want to also acknowledge our event sponsors for the day. They're posted around the side, our gold and maroon level sponsors. So if you're visiting with them throughout the day, just make sure to say thanks for supporting our Ag Day program. All of our broadcasts, our presentations today are live streamed by Your Live Event. So we will have access to that throughout the day. If you have somebody that can't join us today, they can jump online and view us live, or they can go back to the recorded presentations later. So with that, we have a tight youth presentation here. So I am going to get started with our first youth of the morning, and that is Madeline Crompton. And she is presenting on behalf of the Ada Borup FFA. She's going to be talking to us about raising backyard chickens. Welcome, Madeline.
Well, hi everybody. My name is Madeline Crompton, and I'm from the Ada Borup West FFA chapter that's here in Ada at the school. I have been in FFA for a few years now, since I think 7th grade or so, and then I have tried a variety of different things. And my favorite thing of all was last year I tried Creed speaking, and I just loved it very much. This year I couldn't do Creed speaking because I got too old, but I wanted to try something that was similar but different. So I decided to try Prepared Public Speaking. It is an LDE, which stands for Leadership Development Event. In that I write a 5 to 8 minute speech. I decided to write mine about raising backyard chickens. My family, we raise chickens. This year we did over 1,000 broilers. It was a pretty good business. And then we also raised laying hens. My speech is a little bit over 6 minutes, so I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I'm just gonna read off some of my starting paragraphs. 2022 was a hectic year that brought uncertainty in the food chain in food production, processing, and pricing. This included prices for meats, poultry, fish, and as well as eggs. These prices increased a total of 14.3% according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. The solution for many people in the general public to the inflated egg prices was to begin raising backyard chickens. Simple, right? Raise some chickens and save some money on eggs. This issue is more complex than the simple solution sought out by many in the last year. Feed, housing, veterinary care, and the local and state regulations on raising backyard chickens posed more challenges than many initially thought. A decrease in laying hens is a main contributing factor to the 2022 egg production. The primary cause was the H5N1 avian influenza, more commonly known as the avian bird flu. In total, just over 59 million chickens were affected in about 47 states across the United States. The H5N1 avian influenza caused an illness in poultry that affected large, small, and backyard flocks alike. The avian flu is spread by waterfowl, including wild geese, swans, and ducks. The reason egg prices increased was because when chickens got infected with the avian flu, every other chicken in the flock had to be quarantined, a standard process for contagious diseases in livestock production. This slowed the production of eggs, which caused the price of eggs to go from about $1 to $4.30 per dozen. Instead of people buying the eggs that were in short supply but still available, they thought it was going to be cheaper and more sustainable if they were to start raising their own backyard chickens. In 2022, less than 2% of U.S. residents lived on farms, but the American Pet Producers Association tells us that as many as 13% of American households then raised backyard chickens. People thought that raising their own backyard chickens would not only be cheaper, but beneficial for them and their families. There are many benefits to raising backyard chickens. Having a fresh supply of eggs every day once the hens are mature. Reconnecting consumers with the food supply chain and controlling backyard pests are some examples. Now, there are some more examples of backyard chickens and what families thought they would do, like benefiting them from, they thought it would be more organic and stuff like that. I go on more about different vets costs and how much it would actually cost than people thought. And in the end, it would actually cost less just to buy eggs than to start raising your own back chickens and starting from scratch. If you wanted to learn more about my speech or read it yourself, I'll leave it here so you can read about it. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? We can probably take one question for Madeline. If not, we'll move right on. Our next presentation is going to be Danny Babolian. Danny is going to talk to us about a year in the life of a commercial honeybee hive, and he is with the Hackney Hustler 4-H Club. Okay.
Hi, I'm Dan Babolian. I'm a part of the Hackney Hustlers 4-H Club. I'm in 8th grade. Today I'm going to be talking to you about a year in the life of a commercial beehive. In January, the bees are in Texas from the 1st to the 20th, sorted from weak and strong hives. The strong hives go to California. The weak hives stay in Texas. In February, the bees in California get put into almond orchards to pollinate almond trees, while the weak hives in Texas stay there, get extra attention to hopefully get strong. In March, the hives in California go back to Texas towards the end of the month. Once in Texas, queen cells are started to replace the old queens. In April, the hives are split into multiple new hives to make up for the hives that were lost during the previous year. The queen cells hatch and are placed into the new hives. In May, the queen cells are checked. The queens are checked for acceptance in the new hives. The hives are fed and shipped to Minnesota. Once they are in Minnesota, the beehives are placed in bee yards of approximately 40 hives each to prepare for the honey flow that typically starts in July. In June, the hives are fed and checked to make sure the hives are strong enough for the honey flow. Seconds are put on the brood chamber. The box on the bottom is the brood chamber, while the box just above that is the second. In July, the honey flow starts. Honey supers are applied as needed. Any box above the second is a honey super. The extracting plant is set up and prepared for use. August. Full honey supers are removed from the hives and extracted and replaced as needed. In September, all supers are removed. The hives are treated for any viruses or mites they might have picked up during the year, and the hives are fed. In October, we continue feeding and treating the hives as needed. The hives are gathered into one large bee yard to prepare for chucking. In November, the hives are are uh, the hives are shipped to Texas towards the end of the month. Once in Texas, the bees are spread out to various bee yards and fed as needed. In December, this is the slow month. In December, we get the machinery and equipment cleaned, serviced, and ready for the next year. In conclusion, I hope you learned something about a year in the life of a commercial beehive. Any questions?
I have one question.
Yes?
What do you feed your hives?
Mostly corn syrup.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny. His poster with pictures depicting his talk is up on this stage that will be left there for the day for us to view. So thank you, Danny. Our next presentation is Elias. Okay, no, you can put it up. We'll put it up for you. Elias Trout is going to talk to us about the beef sustainability, and he is talking with us on behalf of the Ada Borup FFA program.
Good morning. I'm Elias Trout. I've been part of the Ada Borup FFA chapter for a few years now, and I chose the topic of my presentation because I've heard a lot of news about meat alternatives, with the main reason being that they're sustainable alternatives to conventional meat production. And being that I work with cattle, I wanted to investigate and see if conventional beef production could also be sustainable. And what I found was that the American beef industry is not only sustainable, but it's also incredibly efficient. We produce about 18% of the world's beef with 6% of the world's cattle population, because we have better breeding technology, nutrition, and production techniques that allow us to produce cattle where about one head of beef is worth almost 3 cattle from other countries, where we get the same amount of beef from one, where other countries get the same amount of beef from about 3. And not only are they very efficient at converting the feeds that we give them, they also convert a lot of feed and products that otherwise would be useless. About 93% of a beef cattle's diet is ingredients that would otherwise be completely useless or almost inedible to humans. A bit closer. Okay. And while converting feeds that would otherwise be useless, they also are able to make use out of a lot of land that would otherwise not be able to sustain about crops or standard agriculture cultivation. About 29% of the United States land mass is pasture and rangeland that would otherwise not be able to sustain it. And while on the grassland, they actually mitigate a lot of the emissions that they produce, because they put a lot of carbon back into the soil. And in those grasslands and ecosystems that they inhabit, they actually help protect the native ecosystems by preserving soil health, by working up the ground, spreading seeds, and clearing out land for native plants by getting rid of overgrowth and invasive brush that chokes out room that native plants have. And the presence of pastures also creates room for native wildlife to live and take shelter in. Yeah, anybody have any questions?
All right, that was. We lost our microphone here. That was Elias Trout. I think we lost the microphone for a little bit there. Elias was with the Ada Borup FFA again. Our next presentation will be Madeline Crompton, and she's going to present the indoor succulent gardening to help with our winter blues, and she's going to present this project on behalf of her involvement with the Woodland 4-H Club.
Well, hi everybody. I'm Madeline Crompton again from the Woodland 4-H Club, and this is my project on indoor succulent gardening to help with winter blues. Now we need to start out with what is a succulent. Succulents are drought-resistant plants that have adapted to dry, arid environments. They store water in their leaves, stems, and roots, causing them to appear fleshy. The succulent names comes from the Latin word succus, which means liquid or sap. And how does it help with winter blues? A bacterium in plant soil called Mycobacterium vaccae triggers the release of serotonin, which lifts moods and reduces anxiety. Succulents contribute to improved air quality by filtering out toxins. Clean air can have a direct impact on your physical and mental well-being, making you feel more relaxed and rejuvenated. Why are succulents so popular? Succulents are so popular because of their ability to survive in many different types of climates. Not only that, but they also survive in climates that are considered harsh environments to grow a plant. Succulents come in all shapes and sizes. There are hundreds of varieties to choose from. Succulents are known for being the easiest plants to take care of. This is because they don't need as water as much because of their drier environment. Making a succulent garden as easy as 1, 2, 3. Number 1 is finding a pot or container. This can be anything from a coffee pot or a coffee mug to just like any plain container. 2 is finding a succulent plant that you love. There are hundreds of varieties that you can choose from. Here I have some examples of what some of them can look like. And 3, make it your own by adding fun extras into your pot that can be like cool rocks or pebbles. Not only do pebbles help make your garden unique, but they also help maintain moisture control. This way your succulents don't dry out as fast and they have to water them less, which can also be why they're one of the easiest plants to take care of. Are there any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madeline. Our last youth presentation as we move along, some of these kids, it's their first time doing this, so I am super impressed at how they're doing so far today. So our last youth presentation today is from Evan Brandt. He is going to talk about benefits of raising chickens, and Evan is with the Hackney Hustlers 4-H Club. I hold it for you. Okay. So if you hold it between your fingers like this, and there, like that.
Back pocket.
Morning, everyone. My name is Evan Brandt. I'm an 8th grade at Adabor Plus High School, and today I'll be presenting the benefits of raising chickens. A few years back, my grandpa and we got chickens and got into a heap of trouble for it because they don't stay cute and small forever. But let's crack into it. First off, eggs. As everyone knows, chickens lay eggs. Eggs are a great food source. They're high in protein and only 72 calories. Eggs are one of the most versatile foods. They're used in basically everything. It's even better when you have your own chickens at home. Major advantage is fresh eggs. You can get rid of those leftover food scraps, and you know what you're feeding them, and you know how they're handled. And you can pick and choose what supplements you want them to consume. You just flip this around. Another benefit is pets. Chickens are very funny animals, and it's funny to watch them take dirt baths and peck around and eat all those little bugs. Chickens are very social birds. They're always looking out for other chickens, and they're always happier when kept with other birds. And the funny thing is, chickens have personalities, and the breed can defer the personality. Yes. Pest control. Don't you just hate after working, you go back home and you have a bunch of wood ticks on you? Well, it kind of sucks. But when you have chickens, you'll see a difference in the tick population. After a period of time, the ticks around your place will go down. They love eating ticks and other bugs. They love eating grasshoppers and slugs and spiders. And chickens are great to have in your gardening areas. They're great for fertilizer, and they'll eat all the little pests and take down all the little pests that take down the yield of your produce. Fun fact, chickens will take care of potato beetles. Last but not least, lunch. Personally, my favorite part. There's so many foods like fried chicken, chicken breast, chicken nuggets. Like, come on, so many uses. It's even better when you can grow your own meat chickens at home because, like I said, you know what you're feeding them and you know how they're handled. When you're growing your chickens for meat, you want them to have high protein feed to make the muscle grow faster and to make the weight you want them to be at the time you want to process them. The most famous chicken breed is the broiler. This type of chicken is very muscular and very meaty. It's crazy how this chicken is only processed at 8 weeks old. Now, you don't have to process it at this age, but it's the youngest recommended age. And did you know around 16 billion chickens each year are processed for meat? Well, that concludes my presentation. I talked about eggs. You can get farm fresh eggs, good fertilizer, great little pets, and a great food source. Thank you for listening. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Evan. Was there any questions for Evan? All right. So thank you to the youth. I am always impressed to see what their knowledge is, and they're our upcoming future. So I'm excited that they are a part of our program for Norman County Ag Day. All right. I think we're ready for our first speaker of the small grains program that's included in our Ag Day presentations. So I would like to introduce Melissa Carlson. She is the VP of Research with the Minnesota Wheat and Research and Promotion Council. She's going to review the 2023 on-farm research trials. So we'll give her a second to get the presentation up and rolling here. So welcome to Melissa. Where should I stand? It doesn't matter. I can move the podium. You want to hold it in your hand with the mic. So like this. Yeah, like both. Do you need the podium?
Sorry, I've got too many things that I'm supposed to hold all at once. Alrighty, so thank you, Heather. Like she said, my name is Melissa Carlson. I'm the VP of Research, although I just prefer to call myself Research Coordinator for Minnesota Wheat. And so I'll present on our on-farm research network. If you guys have been here the last couple of years, you've probably heard me talking about our on-farm research trials. And so everything that I have up on the slides is going to be in kind of this bluish book in the kind of packet of books that you've got as you were walking in. So this is our annual on-farm research report. So we have all of the data from this year's trials in this book. And many of the other presentations that you guys will have this morning, the slides for those presentations are going to be in this second book, second small grains update book. So if you're having a hard time seeing the slides or seeing the screen from the back, all the slides are going to be in the book for you to follow along today too, at least for the morning portion of the program. All right, just in case, if you guys haven't heard of us yet, so Minnesota Wheat, the Wheat Council or the Wheat Checkoff has our on-farm research network. So we do basically replicated strip trials of different production practices, mainly focusing on wheat, but we've also ventured into soybeans and sunflowers, and we include some other crops in our trials as well. And so this is mostly funded by the Wheat Checkoff, so it's your checkoff dollars at work, and then we also get grants for various projects. So this year we had grants with SARE, Sustainable Ag Research and Education Council. They fund a lot of like cover crop and soil health research. And then we had one grant with Minnesota Corn for one of our trials doing an innovation grant. And in the past, we've also worked a lot with Minnesota Soybean. They've given us a lot of work, and AFREC, the fertilizer checkoff, they both have worked with us a lot, giving us grants to work in soybeans and fertilizer and other crops too. So this year, in 2023 season, we did foliar copper applications on mineral soils. So copper's it's pretty common practice to apply copper in peat soils, which we obviously don't have around here, but more out east they have some peat ground. Copper is very common there, but it's less so here, but we had some consultants noticing copper deficiencies on mineral soils. So we've been testing that for a few years. My slides seem to be auto-advancing on me. This is our second year looking at nitrogen rates on trying to pursue the more high-yielding wheat varieties, so our modern wheat varieties, looking at various nitrogen rate response and profitability to those nitrogen rates in wheat. So the main objective with that one is looking at the profitability of those nitrogen rates. We ventured into biological inoculants this year, since those have become a hot topic, and it seems like everybody and their brother has a biological product for you guys to apply now these days. So two things that we looked at was we looked at Pivot Bio. Our Return is their wheat product. And then most of you probably haven't heard of it, but if it's something you can Google or YouTube later, a Johnson Sioux bioreactor, we did some compost extract as a living biological inoculant. So we'll talk more about that. Other ones we did just rock rolling wheat, very simple trial, and then some looking at cover crops, long-term cover cropping, rye termination timing dates, and looking at volunteer wheat as a cover crop also. So a lot of things we did. Unfortunately, I'll only be able to cover a few of those today, but all of that information is in your books and it's on our website too. So first one I want to touch on for this year is looking at nitrogen rates on higher yielding wheat varieties. And so we're looking at comparing, wheat yield, protein, the standard things, response to nitrogen rates, but then also looking at the profitability of those applications. And our objective is to, as we go over the years, to try and compare some higher yielding varieties with lower quality to lower yielding varieties with higher quality. And what's the most profitable way to fertilize those if we should be fertilizing them differently, and to kind of answer some of those questions that growers had. Do we need to be treating our varieties differently? Rates that we applied, we did 0, 60, 90, 120, 150, and 180 units of nitrogen, and that was on top of their soil, the residual soil nitrogen. So this is our only application and yield map based trial. So it's the easiest one for growers to do because the machines do it all. So the floaters applied a prescription map with the plots and the rates written into it. And then we made sure to calibrate the combines when they got to the field to make sure that the yield monitors were calibrated before harvest. And we just pulled the yield data out with the monitor. But for the protein, we had to hand collect for this trial. Usually we collect it with the weigh wagons and on all of our other trials. So we, based on the application map, we went out about a week before harvest and hand harvested heads, kind of continuously grabbing heads as we walked through the plots to get a sample for our protein. And then we threshed those out up in Crookston with their small plot combine. So we had 5 locations in 2023. You guys have the individual location data in your books. Oh, if you're following your books, it's on page 10 is the combined data. So in the previous pages prior to that would be the individual location data. Some varying responses among the locations, mostly due to who got rain and who didn't. But overall, it was a very low nitrogen rate response year. For the most part, overall, the locations yield kind of topped out around 60 to 120 pounds of nitrogen. And that was reflected in the combined data too. So this table here, our combined data is actually 7 locations, 2 from last year, 5 from this year. And we had significant differences in everything that we measured, which is what happens when you actually have lots of data points that you can pull together. Yield and protein tended to increase as we increased nitrogen, as one might be expected. But the part that, I don't have it highlighted on this side, that I'd like to kind of point out always is the profitability column there at the end. So this year we calculated it at $7.50 wheat with 5-cent premium discount on the protein and $5.50 per ton on the urea. So profitability, there were some significant differences between treatments, but really, like, we got the numerically highest profit was at 60 pounds of nitrogen. And that 60 pounds of nitrogen was not different than 180 pounds of nitrogen, profitability-wise. And so I think it's just something to, and granted, it was a low nitrogen response year. I think I think the wheat was really, diving down deep. It must have been pulling water and nutrients from deeper down in the soil profile. It's kind of my guess for how we got some of the yields that we got this year with the little rain that we got. So I think it's just something to be thinking about. Where this year we had some mostly we had 95, 90. I can't recall the varieties off the top of my head. They're in your guys' books. I think we had one site of Buster too. So we had some higher yielding varieties. I'd really like to, I don't know if anybody's growing Linkert anymore. I'd really like to have some sites of Linkert as kind of a lower yielding, higher quality control to compare these two. But I think just something to be thinking about and considering with your guys' nitrogen rates that you guys have on your fields, to be watching this a little bit more closely. Are we fertilizing enough, or are we over fertilizing? Is maybe a question, but again, it all depends on the weather too. Another nitrogen-based trial that we looked at was Pivot Bio. So Return is their wheat seed treatment product. The reps were very helpful in doing this trial. They supplied the chemical and they came out and treated the seed for all the farmers before planting. And so they were actually really great to work with for doing kind of a company-ish trial. Granted, I should make the disclaimer though that I did make sure that if they had poor results that I still would be able to publish them. So that no matter what happened, I told them no matter what happens, I'm still going to tell people, even if your guys' product doesn't work, just to make sure that we can share the data. So I'm not beholden to Pivot, but in any way. So just to clarify that. So what we did with this trial, the objective was to try to replace 25 units of nitrogen with the Pivot treatment. And so we had the 100% nitrogen rate, field rate, and then we had low N control, so minus 25 units N, and then the Pivot treatment was minus 25 units N plus the Pivot. I'm not sure if I put this guy in your books. The reps were kind enough to come out and make sure to test the seed. So after we treated it, they tested it to make sure that all of the organisms were still living when we applied it, or when it got applied to the seed, to make sure that nothing was dead or anything had happened to the seed after, during the application process. So they were kind enough to do that. So if you guys ever do kind of a biological or work with Pivot or do a biological test on your own farm, maybe you guys can ask your reps if they'd be willing to do some testing just to make sure that everything's living when it gets applied to the seed. So we had 4 locations this year. 2 of them did all right on rain, 2 of them didn't. And that kind of shows up in our responses in the yield data. In Mentor, they missed a lot of the rains. They still yielded all right, but it was still a little on the drier side. But no response there in Mentor. In Stephen, there's no significant difference at this location per se, but I will say when we were harvesting, it was a very clear trend that the Pivot was keeping up an extra 2 or 3 bushels with the 100% nitrogen control. So the low N rate did drop 2 or 3 bushels, and then the Pivot treatment picked that 2 or 3 bushels back up. That was pretty consistent when we were harvesting the plot. But just when we're doing statistics, we're having one location in one field, it's really hard to get statistical responses. So I'm not surprised that it's not significantly different, but there was a trend going on in that field. So something was going on. So that was encouraging to see. St. Hilaire, I think they did all right on rain. This I think it was Buster or Trigger. I think it was Trigger. I think there was might have been an over fertilization issue. We didn't have any nitrogen rate response. The low end treatment ended up yielding just as high or a little bit higher than the 100% control. So if we didn't have any response to nitrogen, I don't think we were going to see anything in the pivot treatment anyway. So we might have just had an over fertilization issue here. In Terrebonne, they got very little rain. No response there. A little bit of a nitrogen response, so that's good to see that we did have a nitrogen response, but no response with the pivot here. So just to, I guess, summarize, no significant differences across locations, but being a biological treatment, it's going to be, I think, as we do more and more research and as more and more folks are trying this and testing it out, it's going to be very context dependent. Kind of just like with nitrogen is very context dependent, what soil you're doing, what your previous practices are and the weather for the year. Biological, looking at microorganisms and getting into biology as we get into our farming practices, it's going to be even more complex and context dependent than nitrogen. So just be aware of that as we go through the next, coming years learning about soil biology. Yeah, I still think definitely worth looking into though. I think soil biology is important, and I think it's got a lot more to affect. It has a lot bigger of effect on our crops than what we've probably known or understood in the past, and so still important to keep looking at it, but it's just going to be something difficult to for the researchers to kind of quantify and as we go forward. So another thing that we did, so that was kind of the company biological treatment, and then we did kind of a homegrown biological treatment, so to speak. So if you go on YouTube and kind of the soil health world, in the regenerative ag world, there's a way of doing extracts with Johnson-Su bioreactors, which is a fancy way of saying static composting that you don't have to turn. So these Johnson-Su bioreactors, basically it's a way of doing aerated composting to make sure that the compost stays aerated and doesn't go anaerobic, because when you have anaerobic conditions, that's when your pathogens start growing. The good guys grow in aerobic conditions, but you don't have to turn it, so it's a lot less labor intensive, takes less management, or maintenance, I should say. And so the idea is to build these little bioreactors and let them sit and mature for a year. And so that way, at the end of the season, you end up with mature compost that has the whole community of soil microorganisms that are native to your soil. So you're building them at home. You have all the good guys in the soil that are native to your soils. Now you can go and apply those to your crops and to hopefully boost your crop growth and unlock some nutrients too. It's kind of similar. So all the chemical or all the commercial products, those are all strains of biology. They're taking those out of the soil too. They might not necessarily be from Minnesota soils. They're going to be from across the country. But all those products are using strains that are essentially coming from the soil too. So this is just a way of kind of doing it yourself, so to speak. So we did get a grant with SARE to do this one, and I'm working with the U of M Crookston on this one. So Lindsay Pease's lab is helping us with this to do some small plot work and lab work with this as well. So we're just looking to demonstrate that this is viable at a farm scale. So we had several grower cooperators that they actually came to us wanting to do the project. They initiated it, wanted to give it a try. So can we do this at farm scale? Is there any nitrogen and fertilizer benefit to this? Some of those microorganisms in the soil, they can help unlock some of the nitrogen and the phosphorus that the plant might not be able to get to. So do we have a fertilizer benefit? And just to look at the different diversity in the microorganisms in the compost that we made. So we had large plot and small plot treatments. In the large plots, ideally they would have all been the same treatments at the same site, but that's just kind of not how the spring went for this project. So it is what it is. Sometimes we get hiccups. So we had 2 sites. Originally we were supposed to have 3, but we just had 2 sites go in. One at Crookston and one in Red Lake Falls. So the Crookston one, we did 0, 50, and 100% nitrogen. Those were all treated with compost extract. And that was on wheat. In Red Lake Falls, we treated the wheat seed. So the control was their farmer fertilizer rate with no extract. Then we did the extract with half the nitrogen, 0P, and then extract with no fertilizer at all. Side note, what we found in Red Lake Falls is we should have had the 4th treatment on there of just 0 nitrogen or half nitrogen, no extract. Hindsight's always 20/20. In Red Lake Falls, we also did a sunflower plot that was, instead of treating the seed, it was a liquid in-furrow extract, which is actually the most efficacious way that you can apply some of these biologicals. They do better when they're applied as a liquid in-furrow to some of the row crops. And so we did that in sunflowers, just extract and no extract. In the small plots, we were able to have, put a lot more treatments in since we can do that with the small plots. And so we had a full slate of different nitrogen rates and phosphorus rates and all the different combinations of those with and without extract in wheat. And then we also had different rates of phosphorus with and without extract in soybeans. So we had a wheat and soybean fertilizer plot with and without extract at the small plots. Fortunately, I don't have time to go through that data today, but we're still working through that. So we do have a small plot component to this as well to try and tease out some of the minute differences that might not show up in large plots. Pictures, I know you guys probably can't see it real well from the back, just shows the process of going through and building one of these bioreactors. We built 4 of them in a day, which 4 would be plenty to cover an operations needs for a year. Took us about, the morning and half the afternoon, I think, so it wasn't terrible. And then in the spring, so we built those bioreactors, so those need to mature for a year, so we'll be using those for this next 2024 season. So for the 2023 season, we didn't have anything to use. So we actually bought vermicompost to use in place. Vermicompost or vermicast is basically worm castings or worm poop. Gives similar benefits, has plant growth, very rich in growth promoting hormones and beneficial bacteria and microorganisms. That's why it's so popular in kind of small gardening contexts. So we used that, extracted it into the water. Basically, high pressure air bubbling water knocks the bacteria into the water, and then we filtered that out down to just with some inline filters, T-filters. Filtered that in down to 50 mesh, so that way we could run it through the drill without clogging, since they had kind of 50 mesh openings, size orifices and openings on filters on their drill. So that was at least for sunflowers. So we were able to seed treat the wheat and then create enough liquid to do a plot for the sunflowers using these worm castings. So in wheat at Crookston, unfortunately, he got 0 rain. All of the rain clouds went north and said, I don't know, see you later, I guess. So he got 30 bushels on that field, just no response to any nitrogen. So it was just no rain, no yield. So no response at that site, obviously. In Red Lake Falls, on their treated wheat, I mentioned we should have had a 4th treatment. So I think without that 4th treatment, we basically ended up with just a fertilizer rate trial. Because obviously with decreasing nitrogen, we had decreasing yield. But without that 4th control, without the extract, we can't really say whether or not the extract did anything or not. So that was hindsight 2020. In the spring, we were just trying to figure out what we could actually fit in the field. So one of the drawbacks with on-farm research, you're limited to the number of treatments that you can fit in the field, just because equipment size and field space kind of limits what you can actually put in. So having the other treatment would have been better. So I think this spring we're going to change up the treatments to make sure that we can actually to what we should have had last year. So unfortunately, kind of wishy-washy data there. Sunflowers was actually the most interesting. So in sunflowers, there's no fertilizer component. It was with and without extract in furrow liquid application. And we did see a significant difference, and it was very consistent when we were harvesting across the field. We had 10 plots, 5 reps in that field, and 4 out of the 5 reps it was very consistent. We got an extra 50 to 60 pounds per acre on the sunflowers. Granted, it's not very much. It's a small yield increase, but something happened there. So something actually was going on with that in-furrow extract. So that was encouraging to see after our kind of flops with the yields, the wheat size. And we did some other tissue testing, soil health testing also. Just preliminarily looking at it, we didn't see any results there, but we're going to continue kind of diving into that, and we'll continue on with this project this next year. Let's see, what are we doing on time? All right, so rock rolling wheat, very simple trial. I don't know if you guys have to necessarily deal with rocks quite as much down here. Maybe it just depends on the field. But kind of around Red Lake Falls area and east, they got a lot of rocks to deal with. And so I didn't know until last year that guys were actually rock rolling their wheat. So simple trial, rolling after planting before emergence versus not rolled. But we just thought it may be a good idea to test it just to make sure that we weren't inadvertently hurting the yield or on the wheat for any reason. These guys were doing it to knock the rocks down, and I know some folks do it when they're undersowing the grass seed under the wheat too. Don't mind rock rolling the wheat. So we had 3 locations, 1 last year, 2 this year, all kind of around the Red Lake Falls, Crookston area. And last year, no yield response or no yield differences, no differences in wheat stand count either. In Crookston, though, this year there was a 3 bushel yield increase on the rolled treatments. I think the crop consultant who did this trial, or that did that site, he noticed that there was some soil crusting in the rolled strips, and he thought that the soil crusting, usually we don't want soil crusting, but he thought the soil crusting helped keep the moisture in once it got dry. And so we're guessing that's probably where we picked up the yield there. But overall, just for guys who have to do rock rolling, we haven't seen any negative downsides to it, so should be safe there. Soil health partnership. So this is cover crop trial, a long-term cover crop trial. We're working with this is 1 farmer on 1 field over 5 years. The objective with this one is working with corn. Corn actually funded this trial. They wanted to look at the soil health benefits of doing interseeding diverse cover crop mixtures over the long term. So this followed all the way through 5 years on a 4-year rotation, just looking at the cover crops. And so each year they got the cover crops interseeded in season into the row crops. So we had corn, soybean, sunflower, and then wheat. The cover crop went in after harvest, obviously. And then looking at Haney and Cornell soil health tests was kind of the main objective, to see if we saw any differences between year 1 and year 5. And then also looking at inorganic nutrients and cover crop, stand count, weed counts, that kind of stuff. So they had, these tables are all in your books too. Very diverse mixture of cover crops going in every year. These guys also deal for eggs seed, so I think that helps a little bit on getting some of the diverse mixes in there. So first year in 2019 was corn, no differences. Same in soybeans was 2020. Wheat in 2021. So overall, through the years, we didn't have any differences in yield or anything until sunflowers. So in 2021, that's when we didn't get planting till end of May, June, and the cover crop, the rye, had just taken off and gotten really big, and they think they terminated it the day they planted the sunflowers, or maybe the day prior. But having all that biomass really stunted the sunflowers and held them back, and so there's a lot of stand loss and stunting, which really took down. Just in that year, the rye got too big, and it took a hit on the sunflower yield, and that kind of followed into the corn year. So you'll see in your books the last year, the corn year, the cover crop plots actually did really well. Did better in corn, but we think that's because there was less residue in those plots from where the cover crop had impacted the sunflowers the year before, so less sunflower residue, probably maybe tying up nutrients to help the corn in the next year. So we think that's a residue artifact and not a cover crop effect there. Just to help explain kind of what happened with the yield data. But the cover crops all did fairly well interseeding. We didn't see, when we did the weed counts, we didn't see too much difference on, weed suppression. Weed counts they were both kind of there underneath the canopy. Might have been a little bit smaller than cover crops, but nothing to note or nothing that would merit, not doing an herbicide pass or anything like that. So in this spring, we'll finish with our soil health sampling, and I think that's where the main part of this project will come from, and the main results will be, did we see any differences in the soil and the soil health components for this project? All right, I might have flown through that faster than I thought. All right, so with that, I want to thank everybody it takes a lot of people to make all these trials happen. Very thankful to all of our growers, obviously, who put the time into this, the co-ops that help us get these treatments, all these fertilizer and different chemical treatments applied. Very appreciative of their efforts because it's usually during, when they're busy too. So big help to them, and our U of M partners working with us on the cover crop trials, also very helpful. So for next year, it'll be a little bit different. So I'm going to move up to stay-at-home mom in March. And we're currently without you guys will hear in our kind of our council update too, we're currently without an executive director at Wheat. So our executive director took a new job in November, and so replacing him takes priority right now. And so they won't be able to hire a new research coordinator until not in time for planting season or time to get the trials in. So this year the plan is to put a pause on on-farm trials, at least minus a few that we already have in the ground that need to get finished. And so then as soon as they can get another research coordinator hired, we can start resume trials in, maybe late fall or at least next year for sure. So that's kind of a little hiccup or kind of little shake up that we've got going on at Wheat, but we'll get it all back on track by next year for sure, or 2025 season for sure. And so I just want to thank you guys and thank everybody at the on-farm network, doing the on-farm network for the last 6 years. It's been really great. So if you guys have any questions, we have time for questions.
You got time for questions.
Okay.
5 minutes.
I think I started 5 minutes early, so.
Perfect.
But otherwise, if you guys have questions now, we can take them. Otherwise, I'll be in the back all morning too. So. All right. Well, I'll be in the back if you think of any. Otherwise, we'll give it to Bruce.
Thank you, Missy. So that will conclude Missy's presentation. I just want to take note we're cutting our live broadcasting at this point for Bruce's presentation. So I'd like to introduce Bruce Clevin.
Again, thank you for joining us here on your live event for the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. We will be back. We're taking a short break. We will be back here at 10:30. 10:30 again. We will get going with presentations and everything else. Again, thank you for joining us for the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day here on yourliveevent.com. Again, we want to thank you for joining us here on your live event for the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. We will get started here shortly. We will get started here 10:30. Make sure you keep tuned in. Everything else. Again, we want to thank you for joining us here on your live event for the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. And again, thank you for um, staying tuned with us here for the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day here on your live event. We will get started here in another 5 minutes, 10:30. We'll get back to our regular scheduled programming. Um, so hang tight. We will be right back.
This is the 2-minute warning to our next presentation. So grab your coffee, your last water, roll, your last visits for the vendors, and we'll get started in about 2 minutes. We'll put that in your pocket. So you hold it like this. Because we need both of them. Okay. So I'm going to welcome you back to our Ag Day presentations. We're going to get started, and we're starting up our live stream with your live event again. So they will be back online with us. So welcome back to our online viewers, and then we're going to get started with our speaker. Our next speaker is Devin Hoffert. He is the Market Development and Industry Relations Director with Minnesota Corn. He's going to give us a look at some new use opportunities for corn and some insight on the corn checkoff funds used to provide higher value markets for our Minnesota corn growers. So please welcome Devin.
All right, thank you. So I am the Market Development Director for Minnesota Corn. I am the staff lead for the utilization team. So the utilization team really focuses on exports, new uses, and further market development activities such as ethanol market development as well. So I want to really kick off by just giving a little background about Minnesota Corn. I'm sure most of you are familiar, but this is a good refresher. We're made up of two different organizations. We have the Minnesota Corn Growers Association, that is the member grassroots organization made up of membership growers. We have about 68 to 7,000 members in the state right now. And then on the Minnesota Corn Research and Promotion Council side, which I'll be talking about today, is really our checkoff funds and how we utilize them. We have corn checkoff here in Minnesota, 1 penny per bushel sold, and those funds are directly invested into some of these activities. Full disclaimer, this is what I'm going to cover today is just a very small portion of what we do at Minnesota Corn. We also have a research area that really focuses on the production research and then the early stage bench research for some of these new use commercialization opportunities. So we had a really stellar year for ethanol sales in 2023. Yesterday morning, our Minnesota Commerce Department released ethanol sales update. So we have January through November of 23. Just want to touch briefly on that today to go over some of our investments that we've made at Minnesota Corn for marketing and promotion of ethanol blends. And then also really diving into some of our new use portfolio items such as corn plastics, our investment in the University of Minnesota Center for Sustainable Polymers, and then also going into some of these startup companies that actually came out of the university and now where they're at and where they're going. And some of these companies we have partnered with, and they're using corn as a feedstock. And then going into ethanol, some of the new uses around ethanol. We have clear flame engine technologies. I'm sure that's not new for most of you in the audience. They've really been focused on the trucks. They've been doing many trials over the last several years, but really ramping that up this past year, and then also going into EV charging. So they're taking a genset, running it with 100% ethanol. And the market for that right now is really California, and we'll dive a little bit deeper into that. And then lastly, just want to close with some SAF topics to consider for the year ahead. So you can see on this graph, I know it's really small, I'm sure, for all of you out there, but hopefully you all have a packet. It just has through October in your packet, but you can see here for 2023, which is this top green. Sorry, I'm echoing. This top green line, we hit 11 million gallons in a single month for E15, or also known as unleaded 88, back in August this year, which is a really big milestone for E15 sales. We at Minnesota Corn have taken significant investments in making sure that stations have the tools available, whether it is pump infrastructure needs or marketing tools for marketing unleaded 88. What we found is really consumers, they really want to use unleaded 88. They're just not sure if it's approved for their vehicle. So we've been doing marketing now for several years around unleaded 88, and it's really paying off with these sales. On the next slide, you can see unleaded 88 sales for the 2023 figure that is through November. So we've already surpassed last year. Right now we're sitting at about 110 million gallons sold. With increased sales, we also have increased stations. So back in 2013, when it was first approved, we had our first 4 stations come online. And over the last decade, we've really ramped up the stations offering unleaded 88. About 25% of stations in Minnesota now offer it, and we're probably going to be closer to 40% by the end of 2024. Also want to briefly touch on E85 sales. You can see the pandemic really hit us hard. Less people traveling means less fuel consumption. But we've really rebounded, and for 2023, we're looking at probably being right around or maybe surpassing a little bit from 2018 pre-pandemic levels for E85 sales. For the new use opportunities, just really want to start with the Center for Sustainable Polymers. So if you were here a few years ago when Mackenzie Bobine, who was on staff with Minnesota Corn at the time, gave her presentation, she talked a lot about NSF, Center for Sustainable Polymers, but then also really dived into Lackrell as a company. That's when we first started working closely with Lackrell and some of the opportunities that would be available for corn growers in the future. So the Center for Sustainable Polymers is the National Science Foundation grant center, and this is actually, they're coming to a close on their grant. They've used all the funds available for this portion. So the university is going to continue that. It's just going to be a scaled down version of what it is or what it has been in the past. Wanted to just, there's many companies that have came out of the Center for Sustainable Polymers, but really want to focus in on these 3 that I have listed: Lackrell, Valerium Materials, and then Cyclopure. Lackrell, Minnesota Corn has been investing in, helping them with grant funds, really being able to ramp up their process from the bench scale going all the way to the pilot scale, and getting that through to toll manufacturers and then to the final product. Valerium Materials is something, it's a company, startup company that was founded a few years ago. Minnesota Corn has been in talks with them, and just recently we have approved some grant funding for them as well. And we'll dive a little bit deeper into that one. And then Cyclopure is a startup company, and they're really focused on water filtration, taking nitrates out of water and other sources out of the water. And so that's another startup company coming out of the University of Minnesota Center for Sustainable Polymers, and all corn derived. So if you remember back a few years ago when Mackenzie was here, she talked about the chemistry behind Lackrell Technologies. I'm going to try to keep it at a very high level and kind of get away from the chemistry side of things here. But the acrylic acid industry, which Lackrell is really focused on, is a $5 billion a year industry. It can take about 350 million bushels of corn each year to produce the market needs. And then if we take the acrylic acid plus the acrylate market, that's a $10 billion a year industry, and that would be about 700 plus million bushels of corn. So you can see here there's 2 different processes. The first process is the bottom process. That's really what we're focused on today, is taking corn, creating lactic acid, and then we're using the Lackrell technology to convert that to acrylic acid, which is then converted into paints, chemicals, diapers, adhesives, and many other chemicals. And then there's the acrylate market, which is taking corn, creating ethanol, putting that through the Lackrell technology process, and then creating ethyl acrylate, which is used in all of those products as well, and a lot more uses for that. And when we started with them, they were at like a 6-year time R&D runway to get to full production. And we're still on that timeline. We have about 2 more years left before they really get to full-scale production where they're going to have this available. You can see many different options, whether it's a bolt-on to an ethanol facility to be creating acrylates, or if it's going to be at an existing lactic acid facility that would then convert that to acrylic acid. Valerian Materials, touch briefly on that. It's a company that we've been talking with, and just recently we approved some funds to really scale up their production quite quickly. So originally they had anticipated that they would be going to market in a couple years, but they have, as you can see there, high demand from polymer producers, specifically in Europe. The European market is primed and ready for green technology, and this is an answer that this is something that they're really excited about and looking for, is the polyesters and MPD, which is going to be a drop-in portion of the chemical process to create foams, elastomers, different plastics, and then also thermosets. Those are the main markets that they're focusing on right now, but this will be basically a drop-in to create some of those products. But then there's even a bigger market, which is the polyols, and that's going to be very similar to Lacryl technology at the 350 million bushels per year. If they can get into both the MPD and the polyols, they'll be looking at 350 million bushels per year through this technology. Still something relatively new for Minnesota corn, but a really exciting opportunity for corn growers to ensure that we're diversifying our market, ensuring that we have a steady market for the future. Now moving into the ethanol new use portfolio, or expanded uses rather. Clear flame engine technologies, as I mentioned, something Minnesota corn has been working closely with for several years now. We don't currently have any grant agreements with Clear Flame, and that is simply because we did our job, and this is a really good success story for the Minnesota Corn Checkoff. We invested initial funds to help get Clear Flame off the ground. They started doing their pilot work, their demonstrations, and it really paid off because now they have significant capital investment from the private sector. So in their testing, their recent testing, they're taking Class 8 trucks, converting those engines to run on E98. And they found that a truck that's running 100,000 miles a year can save $32,000 per year running Clear Flame technology. And then also, as I mentioned, the new portion of Clear Flame, something that has been on their list of things that they really want to move into, but has just really been amplified over these last couple of years with the increased demand for EVs, specifically in the California market. What they found was EV charging with the Clear Flame technology, you can up to 10 times less expensive than hydrogen and 3 times less than battery. And it's also 20% less carbon intensive than the grid, and that is specifically looking at California and other similar markets. Excuse me. The next steps for Clear Flame is really to move into agriculture. I'm sure you've all heard about John Deere's investment in Clear Flame engine technologies. John Deere also recently went off and created a prototype engine on their own, which they launched in Germany here just a couple months ago. And then also moving into the mining sector, Clear Flame is really focused on these sectors that are really hard to decarbonize, and especially as there's more of a need from both consumer demand and then also just the political environment that we're in. This is a really good opportunity for Clear Flame to really launch into this area. Our next step as an organization for technology like Clear Flame, it definitely will benefit Clear Flame, but there's also many other opportunities for this. What we're going to be doing is pump certification. We're working with several other corn states, along with some national ethanol partners like Growth Energy, to really get the pumps certified to be able to dispense E98. And then just lastly, want to talk briefly about sustainable aviation fuel. Many of you, I'm sure, have heard about the recent announcement back in August of Greater MSP came together with Delta, Ecolab, Xcel Energy, and Bank of America to announce the plan to create a sustainable aviation fuel hub here right in Minnesota, specifically focused on the MSP airport. It was really driven by Delta's need for fuel and sustainable fuel. They use about 250 million gallons per year at MSP, and they have a goal of using 50% SAF by 2035. So with all of that, there's many unknowns. We all know that there's many technologies out there for sustainable aviation fuel. There's many different feedstock options. But at the end of the day, there is little risk for corn growers. I think there's a lot of opportunity for corn growers or for agriculture in general. When it comes to this, we have a really good story to tell, and we can be a part of the solution and the needs going forward when it comes to sustainable aviation fuel. And being able to sit at a table with folks like Greater MSP, Delta, Ecolab, Xcel Energy, and others is a really good opportunity to tell the farmer story. And we're happy. We announced back in November that we joined the Minnesota SAF Hub, and we're happy to continue our research towards different options when it comes to SAF, but then also look at other areas that are needed to really get there. And then with that, just wanted to end, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are many other checkoff initiatives that we work on at Minnesota Corn. $2.6 million are invested annually in university research, specifically focused on that production research, but then also some early stage new use projects. As I talked about earlier, we, in the past, up through fiscal year 23, we were contributing $460,000 a year to the University of Minnesota Center for Sustainable Polymers. And since that NSF Foundation grant has ended, our partnership there has ended, but we're looking to continue on specific projects that are really focused on one deliverable. And then in our investments in clear flame engine technology would increase ethanol demand by up to, could potentially double the demand for ethanol if clear flame technology could get into just a fraction of the ethanol market. And with that, I will take any questions if there are any.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Question on clear flame.
sure.
I see you're working on pump certification, but on all that ag fuel or diesel fuel, you have to get an EPA approval on it for pollution. So unless we lobby, or however you want to call it, EPA to approve it or get an ag or an off-road exemption, will it ever take off?
Yeah, so that's part of what Clearflame is working on right now, is through these pilot processes, they're working closely with EPA to get regulatory approval for this technology.
Is that a kind of a years-long process? Do you see an end?
There will be an end. What that timeline exactly looks like, I would say for full-scale approval will probably still be a year plus out, but it's closer than, it's in reach. Any other questions?
Thank you, Devin. Are you around till right after lunch? Till about lunchtime? And so if anybody has any questions, he'll be around till right about lunchtime before he has to run back north to Crookston. So with that, we are going to turn the microphone over to the Norman County corn and soybean growers for their annual meeting portion. We're just going to keep running the live event broadcast as we do this as well. So please welcome Corey to the stage, and he will start taking the meeting over.
Kind of, not really. Thank you. My name is Corey Hansen. I'd be the president of the Norman County Soybean and Corn Growers. First of all, thank you for all showing up and attending today. There's a lot of hard work and time spent to do any of these events like this. So when we see people come and turn out and show out, thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the board of directors that we currently have. My name is Corey Hansen. Austin, could you stand? Is Austin here? Can you stand up? There you go. Austin Gamolis, Danny Brandt, and David Swenson. There's our, look around the crowd, there's our board of directors. Thank them too as they help this organization throughout the year. I guess next is I will officially call the meeting to order, our annual meeting. And with that, is the secretary's report? There it is. Secretary's report last year. Can anybody see that, or can everybody read some of it? Or do I need to tell you what it says on the screen? Okay. Well, I called the meeting to order. We basically was presented a secretary's report last year. Austin moved to approve it. Eric Roxted seconded the motion. We approved the report. Within second, we had the treasurer's report. David Swenson reviewed the past year's expenses and incomes, knowing that the ending balance was approximately $4,480.67. There was a motion made and approved to accept that. I spoke and talked about our programs in review last year. Our partners with all our programs. I spoke on it briefly about the importance of membership for all our organizations, all ag organizations. It's how work gets done down in DC and down in state capitol. I've heard same thing from Corey and AJ, the Minnesota soybean two lobbyists, and what Bruce said is about 100% correct. There isn't much deviation of it from any ag group that you talk to. So membership, that's how membership is driven. We had election. I turned the meeting over to Austin Gamolis for the election. I was reelected. I thank Minnesota Corn, Soybean, and all its sponsors for the event that day. We had about 80 in attendance, and we had an adjournment. I move to approve the report. Eric Roxted. Second on the. Second. Austin Gamolis. Motion made and seconded to accept the secretary's report as printed. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Here is your treasurer's report. You want me to do it, or you want to walk up and do it? Okay. Well, here you'll see the income is the actual your checkoff dollars that's coming back to this county that we get through Minnesota Corn, Minnesota Soybean, and other donations. Our expenses are down on the bottom of there. Part of the miscellaneous expenses would be like our donations to the Norman County Fair Board, or Ag Associations, they call Norman County Ag Associations for the fair. Those donations go to the livestock area of the fair for pens, for helping put cement down, for building upkeeps and stuff like that. So that's about it. As you can see, we had an income last year of $12,875. We had an expense of $13,720. We have an ending balance of $3,635.66, approximately down about 800 or so, 820. And the way our reimbursements goes on the county level, Minnesota Soybean is a 1-to-1 expense reimbursement. up to $3,000. Minnesota corn is a 75-25 expense, where the county stands 25%. Minnesota corn stands 75%. So that's why, as you see, we reduced a little bit, is because of the 25% that we are currently slowly depleting. And some of the income, as we have had in the past, doesn't show up this year. 2 years ago, we had a giant increase in our Minnesota corn members. Thanks to everybody in the county, and thanks to everybody, we increased it, and I believe we got about a $3,000 bonus from Minnesota corn. Is that not correct? From last year, roughly, or a year ago. So that's how we keep in business. Can I have a motion to accept the treasurer's report? First of all, is there any questions on the treasurer's report at all? If not, can I entertain a motion to approve the treasurer's report?
So moved.
Danny Brandt. Second. Eric again. Motion been made and seconded to approve the treasurer's report. Is there any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Same sign. Thank you. Motion's approved. Here's a few of the activities we did last year. We have a great partnership with the Norman County Farm Bureau group and Minnesota Corn, Minnesota Soybean. This group right here, our corn and soybean growers group, pairs with the Farm Bureau for having Ag Appreciation Night or supper with the farmer, however you want to, dinner with the farmer, whatever you want to say it. Last year we served approximately 250 people, which I think was great. I think the two organizations pair very well, work very well together, and really grateful that people come out. I mean, yes, it was hot last year. It was about 90 degrees, and David and I stood in the somewhat shade, but yet heat, flipping pork burgers and pork brats, and didn't mind it. I mean, I really enjoyed the amount of people that can actually show up for that. First year we had about 150 or so let's go for 300 next year. What do you think? I mean, it's possible. It certainly is. A couple other activities in between. We did the parade in Ada and parade in Shelley. Shelley days I was up there, David and I, parades in Ada. It's really fun and entertaining to give these kids, whether it's a bracelet or a candy or what have you. It kind of helps me out. We also had our corn and soybean pits back at the county fair. Always is a hit. It's great that we can pair with the fair board and do things like that. We spoke to you earlier a little bit, but yeah, one of our big donations of the year also is the Norman County Fair for the help of the livestock portion of it. We in between the fair and first part, probably mid-May, we paired with KRJB and Subway for lunch with the farmer. I hope you guys enjoy it. I'm glad to hear things back even 2 and 3 months later. Thank you for the lunch for the farmer and thank you things. It makes me understand and makes me think people are really doing it, enjoying it. Last year we had a couple of scholarships we give out, one to Gannon Rockstead and one to Maddie Steen. That puts us since 2014 in 10 short years, we've given out $14,500 in scholarships to our seniors in Norman County that either reside and or go to school in Norman County. So I think it's a pretty good deal. I think it's a great way to show appreciation back to the community and back to everybody else. Just as you FYI, if you have any friends, relatives, neighbor kids, whatever, just remind them to go see their ag advisor, go see their advisor, whoever is advising them to fill out scholarships. Just remember, we give out 2 $500 scholarships usually in the month of end of March, first part of April. It's nice to see a bunch of applicants come in. Just remember, it's not only for agronomy students. It can be anything in agriculture. And I'm saying, yes, the traditional thoughts would be the agronomy, the animal science, but just remember, if you're going into ag education, if you're going into ag communications, if you're going into and you're going to tell me and you're going to be a computer scientist, but you can actually look me in the eye and tell me I'm going to build the next automatic tractor, driving combine, whatever it is, we'll take a look at your application. It's pretty wide open. If you're a diesel mechanic, just remember, most of our equipment runs on diesel engines yet. So, like I said, let the board decide whether we can or cannot give you the scholarship. So please tell your friends, neighbors. I always appreciate it when we get a large number of scholarship applications. Going back, we give some a couple times a year. We give to the food bank. Here we're giving to the Twin Valley and the Ada food banks. We can buy protein. We can't buy anything else. So typically we're buying food for them. At Christmas time or Thanksgiving time, actually, we pair up with Reach and we do the Spirit of Giving. This year we give $500 again to Reach to buy the protein for the people that are less fortunate, for the meals that don't have food security. Last year we fed approximately 150 families during Christmas with that donation. Yes, we're only buying a certain portion of it, but still it's kind of hurts me just insides when you think of the bountifulness of our area and the bountifulness of our harvests every year. And we have people in our county that really don't know where their next meal is coming from. And you may not think of it, and you may not think it's there, because the only little area you live in, boy, you look at it reaches and the stretches of the county. It's there. It's real. So it is. I guess it is always. That's always a great project that I like to get involved with. Last spring we wrote a special grant through Minnesota Soybean for a auger rescue equipment for the fire department in the county. I was real happy to get our proposal and our grant accepted from Minnesota Soybean. This is to help people if you get in your grain bins and you start getting trapped, that auger will go down and help you. Yes, they also have the shields that they put out, but instead of actually physically paling it out, now they have an auger. Auger's operated by a battery-powered drill. They have them on the place anyway, or on the fire rescue stuff. I think it was real important. I lost a friend of mine a couple of years ago to a grain bin accident, and stuff like that still gets to me. We also did a great project with the Minnesota Soybean on stepping up. A year ago, we bought 50 pairs of shoes and divided it out between our 2 nursing homes. This past year, we once again did it, applied for a special grant, was able to get money through your checkoff dollars to pay for another 50 pair for this year's, or this summer for the 2 nursing homes. These typically the shoes went to the behind-the-scene workers, I should call them. Don't know if that's really correct, but we targeted or tried to target more of the housekeeping, more of the janitor type work, more of the cooks type work that, yes, needs to be done but doesn't get recognized quite as well at our nursing homes, and thankfulness. So that's where we kind of pointed it for. The board down at Mankato thought that was a great idea. So, and then lastly, something I'm pretty proud of this year is that we were selected the Business Appreciation Award from the 4-H program. It's just kind of a culmination of a number of years of work that we've done in the community, and really thankfulness. The award is back on the table back there. Stop by, look at it. I was really appreciated and humbled by that award. You can't imagine. We also have back on our back desk back there, you'll see a couple of pails set up. If you renew your membership today or even during the month of January, if you want to stop by and find a board member and renew your membership or have a new membership, we'll give you a pail. Inside the pail is probably going to have magnetic tool tray, probably is going to have some corn nuts, probably will have a pair of gloves, might be a metal clip on there like a refrigerator magnet. I have most of that stuff yet in hand. There's a few things that I will run out if we get a number of people, but that's what we're doing for membership on our back table. Certainly stop by, and then once again, just thank you all. This is without membership and without you guys, we're not here and we're not helping the community. Now, up to elections. This year we have 2 seats open. Currently they're being held by David Swenson and Danny Brandt. Do we do?
24, not 2023.
Yes, for 2024, it's a 3-year term, so 24 to 27. Sorry about the typo up there. Do we do them together? You want to do them separate? How you want to do it?
Taylor's fine.
Okay. Those 2 are the ones that are currently holding it. I'm looking for nominations to fill those 2 seats.
I nominate David Swenson and Danny Brandt.
David Swenson and Danny Brandt's been nominated by Austin. Is there a second to the nomination? Oh, first of all, I should ask, will you guys accept your nomination if you're don't both speak at once?
Danny had to step out.
Okay, well, we'll just say you did. Is there a second to that nomination? He leaves to go to the bathroom. That's his problem. He's supposed to be here. He knows better. Do I need a second to that nomination? Okay. Anybody?
Move to cast a unanimous ballot for David Swenson and Danny Brandt.
Okay, motion been made to cast unanimous ballot, rather, for the Danny Brandt and David Swenson. Who said that? Rachel Arneson. Motion made and seconded to cast unanimous ballot for those 2. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Marlene will talk a little bit on behalf of Minnesota Corn.
Okay, hello everybody. Marlene Dufo from Minnesota Corn Growers. I'm the district field manager for Northwest Minnesota. Devin kind of went through this. This is where the Minnesota Corn is under 2 entities. The Corn Growers Association has about 7,000 members, and the Research and Promotion Council, they do the corn checkoff fund. So that's what, when he was talking earlier, these are the 2. Each year we invest $2 million in the corn checkoff funds, and there's a lot of projects here, and Devin also had spoke of that. And we also have a list of all the projects online. So if you're interested, go to mncorn.org/research, and there's a whole list of them. And I think there's last year's too, if I believe. Yeah, there is. Okay, and we're into policy. We advocate for all corn farmers, both in St. Paul and Washington. And this year they've really put emphasis on the Farm Bill. And hopefully we'll get something out of that, but they've been really busy on that one. And last year is membership. If you're not a corn grower member, please see me. If you grow 7,500 bushels of corn, you receive a 1-year membership. And if you have over 20,000 bushels of corn, you get a 3-year membership at no extra cost. And all the activities we've done and the scholarships depend on a lot of the members. The more members we get, the state gives us back some incentive dollars to keep promoting things that go on. So that's what I got. If you have any questions, also there's some bags of corn nuts we'd like to give away, so stop by the booth on your way out and we'll get you those. Thank you.
I just thought I'd inform Danny he's back on the board. When you step out like that, you're fair game.
Do I need this?
That's for the library.
Oh. Well, my name is Lori Ann Hartle, and I work with Minnesota Soybean. I'm the county rep for 8 counties in the north, Norman County being one of mine. Here's MSGA has some legislative priorities for 23-24, and I have a list of those on the back table, along with this new field guide. It's called Stink Bugs, and David Key, our research guy, he gave me a couple cases of these, and he'd really like you to take one today. It's just a new release, and so please stop back and pick one up. Another thing that we're talking about is the soy election. That's coming up in March, and we have Corey Hansen, who has decided to run for District 1, 2, and 3. If you're at all interested in voting, which we would appreciate if you're a soybean member too, I have this, and if you've never actually cast a vote before, you need to fill out a form so we can make sure that you have a ballot. And I have those along with me also. So stop back and get one of those. Then we have the Minnesota Ag Expo next week, and we have a bus leaving from Red Lake Falls at 9 a.m. on Tuesday morning, the 16th, and then we're going to be picking up in Fertile at 9:25 and Ada at 10:05. And if you're at all interested in riding the bus with us, it is free. It's sponsored by Minnesota Corn and Minnesota Soybean. We have a great time. We have 31 riders right now. We have room for more, and if you're at all interested, please see Marlene or myself today. I have a schedule. I brought like 10 of these, so if you're interested, pick up a schedule of the events for the Ag Expo. It's always an exciting time for both corn and soybean. And last but not least, Corey did mention about soybean and corn membership and how important it is. Minnesota Soybean, we do charge $100 for a 1-year membership and $250 for a 3-year. You do get a nice shirt, and you get a $100 biodiesel coupon. I have forms with. If you're not a member, we appreciate you signing up. And if you have any questions about it, just talk to Corey or myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori, and thank you, Marlene, for the updates. It's really great working with these two ladies, I'll tell you. They keep you on your toes. They make sure you're doing things right for checkoff, and yet they make sure if I have a question, it's like instant answers practically. And they're always the correct answer too. Never have been wrong. But at this time, I guess I'd ask if there's any other business that anybody sees that needs to come before the board. Any other business? I guess the one thing I'd like to touch on just slightly is membership, and what it kind of means to me and what it should really mean to everybody. When Bruce is up here telling you today, that's not the exact same speech, but it's very, very close to the same speeches we get when I go down and sit at meetings down in Mankato for Minnesota Soybean. It's a very blue state right now. We are near California in the thinking in the metro area. It's not good out there, people. But the way you can help change some of that stuff is through membership. And another thing I got to think of here within the last 6 months is about membership is we as two organizations or all our ag organizations think about and wonder what the next farm bill is going to be. And you know, do you think it'll be good for farming, and do you think it'll be bad for farming? Well, a little bit in my perspective is that, you know, just think, guys, in this room, if we all give $1 an acre of our corn and soybeans, I'll throw wheat in there, whatever. If we give just $1 an acre to our national organizations, we're talking probably over $200 million going down there. We wouldn't have to be sitting here today wondering what the new farm bill would be. We would be writing the new farm bill, and they would be saying yes to it. So I guess That's what membership does. Membership is we can't take checkoff dollars and do public events, do lobbying or anything like that. It all comes from membership. But think of that one time. Just think of that. If you physically could take $1, and you might be a small farmer, maybe you got 300 acres. You might be a large farmer that's got 50,000 acres. Yeah, the check is going to be a little bit different, but on the same token, I guarantee you your return on investment, and that's all we work with in our ag industry, is just think of the return on investment could be. So when I am asking for $250 for a soybean membership for 3 years, or $100 for 1 year, or corn for $100 for a year, or $200 for a 3-year program, yeah, you might stop and thinking, it's some money. I get that, but just think what good and what return you're going to get in the back end. Our lobbyists are very good. I will say that being in this for 10 years or more, I've learned that when I first couple years I was down there, all lobbyists are kind of going all different directions, kind of like a spider down there. And I come up with the idea when I was down there the very first year. I said, why are we not all working together? It's what it is. It's what it's all about. So please consider joining. I mean, that's what it's all about. To me, it's when you think of the bills that Bruce is talking about that's going to hinder the outstate ag area. When you consider the bills that's gotten passed through the education, through the relief in farm taxes and stuff like that. If you think of those things, just think of what a little bit would cost to help the organization out. Please consider it, because like I said, to me, I didn't believe in it years ago. Now I believe in being an organization, or being along to an organization every commodity I grow. Because once again, when he's standing up here, each dollar helps. But yes, when they go stand in front of St. Paul, or they go stand in front of the Capitol down at the U.S. Capitol, if they have this many members, doesn't say that each person is membered 3 times or 5 times. It's just I have this many members. So in numbers count, really it does. I mean, it's a big thing. Just to cap the day off, so please come and see us for memberships. Once again, you're going to get a pail of goodies if you become a member sometime in the month of January here. Thank us, the food sponsors today, right up there. I want to thank every one of them. They're all very integral and part of providing you the meal today for no charge. And thanks a lot. And we'll conclude our meeting, or I suppose I should ask for an adjournment.
Yep. So moved.
Danny? Anybody second it? Okay. Motion made, second to adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
A little bit ahead of schedule, which is okay. We have Yoakum up next. He can fill us in, right, Yoakum? Yes, he's between us and lunch. So thank you to the Norman County corn and soybean growers and letting us being patient while they run their meeting and get their annual meeting taken care of. We have up next Yoakum. He's going to give us some spring wheat variety trials and other information. So, and then we'll have lunch at noon. Before I let Yoakum speak for just a quick second, I also, as part of my position for extension, I run several different programs. One of them is Annie's Project. It's a farm education for women. We just finished our in-person series a month ago. And so we're looking forward to getting our next in-person series. We talk about 5 different risk management areas within Annie's Project. And it's for any age women joining the farm, transitioning out of the farm, just wanting to learn a little bit more. Some of the ladies that have gone through it have been very excited with the information, and it's given them a voice to say, hey, what's going on? Because it takes more than just one person to run a family farm, especially, or maybe they want to add and a second value to their farm and have an off product from the product that they raise as well. So with that, we have our Women in Ag conference coming up in February in St. Cloud. So there's registration cards on the back table, on the extension table. And then also I do a youth tractor safety program. So the U.S. Department of Labor requires youth to have a certificate to operate tractors or equipment that's over 20 horsepower. This is a law that I didn't know when I started Extension 5 years ago, so it's something that I have been trying to build up. And we offered this program last year here in Ada, and we had 5 youth go through the program. I don't care if you as farmers or producers pay them cash or you have them on their payroll. This is a safety program that we offer the kids. They have online classes, and then they also have 2 days worth of in-person education that they get, farm safety, they get grain bin safety, they get electrical safety, they get a whole bunch of different programs, and then they get the opportunity to drive a tractor through a course, driving it through cones and then backing up equipment as well, and then also operating a safe PTO attach and detach. So this is a purely safety program that I think every kid that's age 14 to 16 should have, whether they're working on their family farm or working for a local farmer. So just a couple plugs for some of the programs that we have through Extension as well. So with that, Yoakum, I'm going to let you take it away. Yeah, put that in your pocket.
I suppose.
And you need both microphones. One's on the right of that.
Oh, well, darn. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use this. So about tractor and farm safety. I'm a farm kid, right? I learned driving tractors the same way you guys all learned to drive tractor. I now work for the University of Minnesota. Guess what we have to do every single year? Tractor safety training. I fail miserably every single year. Because, yeah, no, never mind. We do things that no OSHA safety officer will ever condone. And we do it every day, by the way. So, Friday spring update. Hindsight, I always do this, just so we keep a perspective of what happens, because our memories are short, and as I get older, my memory gets shorter every day. 62 was the state average. 62 bushels per acre was the state average for spring wheat. And as I sort of started with is, for that number to be there, where the hell did that come from? Because we started dry, and in some cases, a lot, especially in the valley, there were parts that never got any additional rain other than a little sprinkle during planting, and whatever soaked in from relatively record snowfall, until basically after the small grains crop at least were made. That's only a bushel more than the year before, but long-term wise, and I don't know if you guys can all see it, but it's all printed out too. I started my job in '95, and this is a linear regression over. So this is the blue spots are the individual yields over the years, and we had been on kind of a downward trend after we broke the record in 17 at 67 bushel state average. These 2 last years, we're right back to the trend line. And the trend line is that year over year, we're gaining about a bushel per acre per year, every single year in small grains, average across the state. Part of that is genetics, part of that is management. But like I said, we were pretty dry during the grain fill period. Later on, we caught some rains, especially in the south. But if you look, and this is the drought monitor, U.S. drought monitor, Minnesota had no area in the state that had, this is first week of July, this data. No, that was at average precipitation and therefore not classified as being either, what is it, abnormally dry, which is about half the state, moderately drought, about a third, and severe drought, oh no, I turn this around. Abnormally dry was 20%, half of the state was in a moderate drought, and a third of the state was in a severe drought. That's pretty substantial. Yet we pulled off a pretty decent wheat crop. Well, how can that be? Well, May and June were hot, July was not. I couldn't rhyme that if I wanted to. But if you looked at the average temperatures, this is monthly average temperature anomalies. Basically, this is cumulative. All the weather data is always referenced against what we call the climate normal. And a climate normal is nothing more than the 30-year average from the last 30 years. Now, the climate normals will change over every decade. So they'll go back in 2030 and they'll look at the previous 30 years. In 2010 they did that, in 2000 they did that. So it's a running average. Nevertheless, blue means it was relatively cool that month compared to that 30-year climate normal, and red is it was warmer. So this was December. As you all know, it was a pretty nice December. Ergo, a big red bar. This was July. That was May and June. In real terms, 10 degrees warmer on average during the day, 5 degrees cooler at night in May and June, and the flip-flop was true in July. 5 degrees warmer during the daytime, but 10 degrees cooler at nighttime during the month of July, if memory serves me right. Why is that important in the case of small grains? It's a cool season grass. Cool nights are phenomenal for small grains. That's part of where the yield came from. Now, how can we be that cool in July? Why do we get cool nights? You know my old saying, right? As long as we can sleep with the air conditioner off, we're in good shape for small grains. Smoke? Nope, not the smoke. A lot of people gave up smoking. No, dew points. Nothing drops nighttime temperatures faster than low dew points. The drought. That makes a bigger difference than anything else. So I have to skip. I got to take that one out. That's the last year's data. This is U of M releases. Linkert, 10 years ago, has still 6% of the acres. A bunch of varieties in between have disappeared already, like Bowles through Washburn. Torgy was the second highest acreage variety, and Ratsay, which was really out for the first year, had 6% of the acres, which came in at 5th overall on acreage-wise. The biggest variety, 9590, West bred. Why? Great straw strength, good yield, amazing protein with that yield, but extremely susceptible to scab. I will always tell you that at the end. Nevertheless, it's an amazing variety, except for that one point. And because I started in 95 and I lost my thesis in the scab years, I have PTSD when it comes to scab. It is that simple, so I cannot ignore that. Have we had scab in the last umpteen years? Not anywhere like we had it in the 90s. Do I ever want to see that again? No. And so with fungicides, we can get 95-90 a long ways. But if we ever get into an epidemic situation that we had in the mid-90s, 95-90 will take a shit kicking, period. And that's a risk calculation that each of you have to make. I can't make it for you. Now, new releases, stuff that got tested, are basically published for the first time. Some of them had been in the trial already as a number. Brown SD, for instance, had been in the trial already for a year. Cropland Genetics came in with a new one. Lima Grain introduced Boom, and Greg Fox introduced Teddy. There's not going to be a public release coming out of Minnesota this year, and probably not next year. There might be one coming out of North Dakota next year, and South Dakota maybe. I haven't heard if Westbred has a new number, but we don't necessarily get those entered into the trials. 9590 and 9479 will be again in the trials. That 97 number, I believe it is, I've seen it, but it's not in the trial, so I can't tell you anything about it. This is the northern location sorted by yield. 3099 has been basically the top yielder for the last 2 years. And everybody's now going to go, can I get that one? And I will tell you, please don't. It's extremely late. Now, in the last 2 years, that hasn't hurt it. It also has extremely low grain protein. It's really almost European germplasm, like a European. I think it's almost not, it's daylight sensitive. It should be up in Canada, and it will be a lot earlier. But here, I have to wait basically 10 days after the first varieties are ready to combine before I can even look at the trial. I cut it at 18%. It's still it's still green basically, 18 to 20%. But I can't wait, or I'll have problems with the rest of the trial. Traeger and Buster are in there too. 3322 is in there. By the time we get to what I would call more, and Buns is a late one as well, it's Rotsay, Braun, Charger, Valda. This block is really more what I would call hard red spring wheat varieties that you're used to. On the bottom, Linkert. Linkert was never a high yielding variety. Why did everybody grow Linkert? Straw strength and beautiful quality. So, protein, 9479, Linkert 9590. Heartland from Greg Fox is in the top. Huron is a North Dakota release. It's really more of a western wheat. It's a little bit taller, but it's a high quality wheat. Look at the protein on 3099A. Now remember, all these varieties get the same amount of nitrogen. I don't vary the nitrogen rate on individual entries. That would drive me or the guys that do the work nuts. Everything gets the same amount of nitrogen, and we'll come back to that in one of my graphs. Can you get 3099A up to maybe 12, 13%? Maybe. It's going to take a lot more nitrogen to get it to higher. There is genetic differences to that, but there's also just straight nitrogen, amount of nitrogen makes a difference. Wheat is one of the few crops that if it has surplus nitrogen, it will put it away as storage proteins, and thus higher protein. Straw strength. Smith and Linkert are the best we have. 3s are all good. 3.5, basically, we haven't made up our mind yet if it's going to be a 3 or a 4. That's just, we didn't have enough data last year to really determine. Anything, by the way, in black is those first year entries that we're reporting on. Ranchero, 3530, we know are the weaker ones. 5s is what I would call historically classical hard red spring wheat. Now, if we get a beautiful thunderstorm and straight line winds right at heading, 5s will go down hard on you. It is what it is. Now, a week later, they're perfectly fine. Why is that thunderstorm right at heading, right at so critical or so detrimental? Any ideas why the crop is most susceptible to lodging at that point in time? You ever put up scaffolding? You first go up, right? And then when everything is up, then you finally put the cross beams in, right? That's what the plant does. The plant gets tall, not basically by pumping water into the cells that are already there. So it pumps up balloons, and you stack up a whole bunch of balloons on top of each other. And then you put the cross beams in. So you try stacking a bunch of balloons and see how well they do in the wind. That's when the crop is most vulnerable. And 5s, with the right weather at the wrong time, or the wrong weather at the right time, you're going to see lodging. Now, the penal code in certain states says 3 strikes and you're out. The same is true in wheat. 3 strikes and it will not come up. Why can the crop raise itself up twice? I know I've told you this before. And I am going to keep you away from lunch until I have the right answer. Why can a wheat crop raise itself up twice? It's got nodes, right? And it looks like they get arteritic when the crop lodges because it will pump some more water on the shady side in the cells that are still in the node. And that will raise up the crop. Eventually it runs out of nodes to pump water into because you can't fill the balloon more than past its capacity because then it would burst. So that's why it can salvage itself. But 3 strikes and generally it's out. Now, Fusarium head blight. Like I said, I have PTSD. I started my career because of scab. I don't want C7s and even 6s across the landscape if I can help it. I like to have 3s and 4s. And there's plenty of choices in that box that meet all the other criteria. It is what it is. Now, bacterial leaf streak, we can't manage with the fungicides. It's a bacteria. If you have a history of bacterial leaf streak on your farm, and you keep seeing this year after year, go to the 2s and 3s. Again, 2.5 basically means we haven't made up our mind yet if it's going to be a 2 or a 3. There's plenty of choices in this box. Washburn being one of them, Torgi is one of them. Valda and Linkert are 4s. Where Rotsai is a 4 as well. Yeah. Tan spot septoria. This actually is a disease that most years, on average, but will probably take the most bushels, this complex. I'm not worried about it any given time because what do you guys all add to the tank when you do herbicides? 2 ounces of tilt, right? Okay, that stops the epidemic from starting, especially tan spot early season. And then you come back with your heading application. And I now have to sometimes argue with you guys that no, this is the year where you don't need a fungicide application at heading. Most years I tell you, yep, go ahead. That combination of those 2 timings will probably mean that in production fields, there's very few losses if you did that year in, year out because of tan spot and septoria. Pre-harvest sprouting. 1s and 2s, no problems. 3s, if you let it stand too long, you can see some sprout damage eventually. 4s is start cutting at 18% and air dry it in the bin. It's too risky. Okay, in a year like this, or last year, where we had a very cool grain fill period, there's going to be some genetics that are going to throw a 275 Hogberg falling numbers test. And you're going to come to the elevator and they're going to accuse you of bringing in sprouted grain. And you can argue until you're blue in the face to convince them otherwise. Unfortunately, you will lose that argument, but there is no sprout in that grain. There is also a genetic component to throwing lower Hogberg falling numbers tests. It's an indirect measure of sprout damage. And the 300 is a very arbitrary point in how it's marketed, but they figure if it's above 300, it never had any sprout. If it was 275 or 250, they argue it's sprout. It isn't necessarily sprout. The difference and we can have a very long conversation of how you can determine which one it is. There's a couple of varieties that are suspect for throwing that low Hogberg falling numbers test, and it has to do with cold weather during the grain fill period. Finally, now we get into the fun stuff. My grain yield and protein plot. Basically, I took all that data you just saw and mashed it into a couple of graphs because I like playing with data. Now, this isn't grain protein. This is grain protein yield. Pounds of nitrogen, basically pounds of protein that you harvested on an acre basis. It's kind of like recoverable sugar in sugar beets. This is the grain yield, not in bushels, but actually as a percent of the mean. And then the red line is for this yield, you needed this much protein harvested. So all these varieties on this side are above 14%. These ones are below 14%. Look where 3099 hangs out. But 3099 produces more protein on a per acre basis than a whole bunch of other varieties, like these ones. Rothsay produced the most protein per acre across the northern locations this past 3 years. This is 3-year data. Okay, quiz for you. If I harvested 660 pounds of protein per acre, how many pounds of nitrogen did I actually harvest? Because protein has nitrogen in it. That's where a fair amount of your nitrogen goes, actually. How many pounds of nitrogen actually is that, 660 pounds of protein per acre? Any guesses? Anybody remember from their college class? Oh, come on. You guys are not going to have lunch at this rate. What? No, it's 12. So divided pretty much by 10 gives you a rough idea. Actually by 8, sorry. For 660 pounds of nitrogen, you harvested probably around 105 pounds of nitrogen. How many pounds of nitrogen did you apply to the crop? Hell of a lot more. Where did that go? Well, some of it disappeared. Some of it is still in the stover and in the root system, so that stays in that pool. But you do lose nitrates to the aid of ground, and there is nitrous oxide emissions, etc., etc. One of the reasons I have presented this like this for 10 years already, I believe, is that we're going to get pressured eventually. You think it might not happen, where the amount of nitrogen that you're allowed to apply across the landscape is going to be limited. I'm just warning you, because it happened in the Netherlands 30 years ago. And why does it happen? Well, if you find nitrates in groundwater, you have a problem. If your nitrous oxide emissions are too high, there's a whole bunch of reasons, and part of it is all these climate talks. That people are going to say, no, we don't want that. That means you have to pick varieties that are efficient with nitrogen. It's called apparent nitrogen use efficiency. Generally, nitrogen has never been rate limiting as far as cost is in these equations, but it might change over time because of how you're allowed to farm. So there is this big alphabet soup in the middle here, right? This is the same alphabet soup, but basically what I did is change the axis, so I just pulled that alphabet soup apart from one another. You don't have these two slides in your handouts, but if you want them, I'll email them to you. This is your study. See how, Torgy is in there, Valda is that, SY611 CL2 is in there. It just pulls them apart. That's 9590 in there. Look at this slide. It's alphabet soup in that middle there. The second plot that I always make is my stability plot. We don't like surprises. You like to have something that is consistent year in, year out, right? Weather is, and the prices are inconsistent enough or variable enough that you like to have some predictability as far as somewhere in the equation. Think of it this way. Average rank, so 3099 was number one, right? But in that number one ranking, there were some locations where it was really good, and there were some locations where it was really, really bad, or at least not number one. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten this rank variance number to go up. Statistical measure of variability, rank variance. The blue line is basically divides this whole field of varieties in more variable or less variable. So Shelley is steady Eddie. Driver is, 9590 is, 9590 is. Torgy is. They're more stable performers compared to Spitfire, Ranchero, Murdoch, 3099A. So the reason I present it this way, we know that these are the high protein varieties and these are the bushel varieties, and this is the middle of the pack. Balanced varieties, if you want to call them. This allows you to compare everything on an equal footing and say, well, Buster and Trigger are more, if I want to do a really high yielding variety, I'm better up with Buster and Trigger compared to 3099A. Everybody with me? So that's your homework. Again, we have some alphabet soup in the middle. That's just pulled apart. And for some reason, and I don't know why, my little macro does not give some of these dots a name. I'm sorry. I have to look in that tonight. So, I was putting this together late last Friday. I was getting a little squirrely. Hence, the bottom line is not a straight line. I'm still a very lousy meteorologist, and if you ask me what the marketer is going to do, I'm going to tell you I have no frickin' clue. But the best thing I can do for you is say, hedge. Some years we're going to have a discount on proteins. Right now, Ulen isn't taking anything below 14, is my understanding. Some years, Ulen will take anything down to 12.5 and call it good. All depends on what the tender was, where it's going, etc., etc. So, these are ranked by average yield in the north. And then we're relatively lax. They have to be in the trials for at least 3 years. They have to be better than a 5 or better for scab and BLS, a 3 or better for pre-harvest sprout, and a 6, which is kind of a low bar for quality. then these are the varieties that meet those criteria. 9590 isn't in there because it's a 7 for scab. Rotsay, Ballistic, Valda, Driver, SY611 CL2, which is a Clearfield wheat. 3530, Torgy. Now some of these, despite our saying they're pretty good, have very few acres. We understand that. But we're just straight looking at the data and nothing else. So, finally, you guys in Norman County had the honor, if you want to call it that, of being the first county where cereal leaf beetle was detected last year. Ian McRae will tell you that cereal leaf beetle is his least favorite insect pest in wheat because basically the darn things cover themselves in poop. The only reason we found out about this is because your checkoff dollars fund a scouting program. There's a couple of scouts running around. For them to run around, they need to have fields. Those fields you submit to us. Because we basically are in an era where, and this happened to one of the scouts a couple of years ago, where the scout, up to that a couple of years ago, we would just run into fields when we did this program, look around, report the data. By the time he walked out of the field, saw the end of a shotgun at him pointed, and we decided that we better ask permission before rather than forgiveness afterwards, because he about shit his pants. You know, we're not necessarily, Ian always told me that in Colorado that was a common occurrence, and I never thought that in northwest Minnesota that would happen. But so we now ask you to submit fields. If you want to be part of it, of the scouting program, just follow the link. I think the handout is also in the back. And then I use it basically during the summer to report to you in crop news what's going on with the crop, what we're seeing, and what it means. Finally, the dreaded evaluation survey. I'm worse than the Ag Statistics Service, which calls you probably every other week. But I have a very good reason to call you. I need this data from you, or I will forfeit my pay raise automatically. That's enough incentive to actually make the sales pitch to you, like, please, can you fill it out? It's also, you can do it online, but it's also the yellow handout. With that, any questions?
I don't have questions for yoga.
Oh, that's good. No, they're all hangry already. Like, shut up, I want to eat. No questions. Well, that's good.
Oh, you got
Oh,
questions.
crap. Somebody had to.
What kind of damage does the cereal leaf beetle leave behind?
That's a very good question, and I'm not familiar enough with the insect to know. But it's a muncher, so it eats tissue. So defoliation is basically, and there's a threshold for them that's actually in the North Dakota. So this is interesting. This insect was on the East Coast. Skipped Minnesota initially. It was a little bit reported 20 years ago in the southeast part of the state, but skipped pretty much Minnesota, looped around Iowa into South Dakota and North Dakota, and we're pretty sure this population that showed up in Norman County came from west of us, and swam across the river to come back to Minnesota. They're a defoliator, and there's a threshold in an NDSU insecticide guide, annual guide that they put out. And I forgot what the threshold is. All I remembered was it covers itself in poop.
Question in the Prairie Range magazine with all the different results and stuff like that. Usually I saw there's the intensive management and then the
Ah,
and I didn't, am I missing something?
no, you did not miss it.
Okay.
The times, they are changing. So we didn't do the intensive trial, or we didn't report the data for for three reasons. A, Roseau got hailed out, which was always one of the locations. Crookston did have the trial, but we didn't report it because there was only one location left, because we no longer have access to trials at the West Central Research and Outreach Center in Morris, which was always one of the locations. They've gone completely organic. That's because they have an organic dairy. And to produce all the feed, they need every single acre that they can get to, and so plots no longer are welcomed. So that gives us a pickle, because now I have to find a separate location to do that trial. In Lamberton, they had a change of personnel, and we didn't think it was fair to a guy just coming into the job. Oh, by the way, here's this really big project. So that's why it's not here this year. I'm hoping to resurrect the two northern locations this year, and it should. Right, you know, we can only have so many hailstorms, right? I don't know what to do about Morris. Lamberton next year will be there. For Morris, I might have to go to Fergus as one of the locations, which is one of our on-farm locations. We're already migrating other stuff out of Morris to Fergus. Fergus location right now, just to give you an idea, is about 1,000 plots. Roseau is 1,000 plots. I'm running ragged, I'll be honest. Other questions? If not, there's food. Thank you.
Thank you, Joachim. So before we have lunch, I want to make sure that we thank the gold level sponsors, which are Minnesota Wheat, Minnesota Corn Growers, Minnesota Soybean Growers, the University of Minnesota Extension, West Central Ag, Valley United, Ag Country, CARE JB and Your Live Event, Bennett Hoagland Agency, Agramax, Hefty Seed, Airborne Custom Spraying, American Federal, Norman County Soil and Water, and Ellingson Companies. Our maroon level sponsors are Austin Germolis Crop Insurance, Farmers Union, Matheson Agency, Linforce Agency, Simplot Grower Solutions, Big Dog Egg, Ada Feed and Seed, Norman Monoman Public Health, Sess Vanderhoef, Seedex Sugar Beet Seed, and Franz and Bacon Trust. So without their help, we couldn't make this day happen. So along with the meal sponsors that the Norman County Corn and Soybean Growers put up on the screen during their meeting, everybody's help brings this event together. So with that being said, we do have brisket sandwiches this year, and cheesy hash browns, and potato salad, and macaroni salad. We appreciate everybody's attendance, and hopefully we can finish off our afternoon after lunch. We have some more great speakers on deck. So let's have lunch, and let's visit all of our trade show vendors as well. So thank you. We'll return at 12:45 while we eat lunch. Minnesota Wheat, 12:30. Minnesota Wheat will give a couple updates. So there'll be a half hour here for lunch, and then we'll start with our speakers at 12:45.
Okay, I'm Kevin Leiser. I'm a board member with Minnesota Wheat Research and Promotion Council, plus the grower side too. We're a organization that takes your wheat checkoff dollars and invests them in either research or promotion overseas through U.S. Wheat Associates. Got the clicker? We got a 9-member board. We got Tony Broughton from Roseau in District 1. Tim Dufault from Crookston is our current chair. Peter Hevested from Stephen. Michaela Talbert from Red Lake Falls is our treasurer. And Rhonda Larson from East Grand, who has served the last 5 years for you on the U.S. Wheat executive team on the national level. We got Scott Swenson, who will be going off the board here. So on our next election cycle, there's an open seat if anybody's thinking of running. Mark Johnson and myself, and then Scott Lee from down in the Benson area. So right now, Scott is going to be vacating his seat, so we are seeking nominations for his spot. It's in District 2. If you want to see where District 2 is, we're in that area, so if anybody is interested, contact us at the Wheat Growers or Corrine. Primary areas of focus are on our research has been on-farm and university small trials. We got requests for proposals for the process, but this year is kind of going to be different because Missy will be leaving us, and we do not have another research director right now, so there's going to be a couple continuing projects, but anybody that has research ideas is welcome to bring them, and we can see how they can work. On the promotion side, U.S. Wheat uses funding from FMD and MAP to promote wheat overseas, which right now it's kind of hard because Russia's having a fire sale on all our wheat, so it's kind of hard to get anywhere. We work with Northern Crops Institute and the Wheat Foods Council too. Staff changes. Charlie Vogel, our executive director, has resigned his position, and he took a position at St. Bernard's Church in Thief River Falls. So we are looking for a new executive director right now. There's you can send applications to the wheat growers if you're interested. Right now, Corrine is serving as our interim director, and of course, Missy will be leaving us soon. And just thank you for growing wheat, and I'll leave Tate with the growers update.
Thanks, Kevin. So yeah, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Tate Petrie. I'm one of the directors on the Minnesota Association of Wheat Growers Board. We're the legislative policy side under that Minnesota wheat umbrella that we operate under. So we're a 7-member board. We work with the National Association of Wheat Growers to work with our national policy. They do a great job with us, and Mike Anderson and Kevin both serve on that national board. I'll have you go ahead, Missy. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I do. There we go. So it's a 7-member board. We also are looking for another board member. It's an at-large position, so it doesn't have to be within a certain district. As far as commitments, it's 6 board meetings every year, some national meetings, and then you do receive some per diem and mileage. It's been a great opportunity for me to work on leadership skills and working with other people and getting to DC and learning how our legislation is made and how to get involved in those things that are really important to us. So I'd encourage if any of you have any interest in that, let me know or call the office or whatever so we can discuss that opportunity. So this year, state legislative priorities for MOG include maintaining our crop protection toolbox. Of course, I think we're all familiar with a lot of the environmental push that we're looking at in the next probably 5 to 10 years, coming down from both the state and from the feds. So what we're trying to do is just ensure that the crop protection tools that we need to make some of those environmental changes and environmental equip, CSP, things like that, the no-till things that are kind of difficult here, make sure that those tools remain available. Things like dicamba, Lorsban are things that we've been really trying to make sure that we keep in our toolbox. NOG was very active in making sure that the Lorsban issue didn't just fall on deaf ears, and we had some pretty good progress with that this year. So that's an important thing on the state side. Other things that are facing us are like the drainage registry portal. I think you guys have probably heard about that earlier today. Paid safe and sick time regarding kind of our input costs, certainly something we advocated, for our interests last year in St. Paul when we had our bus trip. That was the top priority. So I'd really encourage that if any of you guys want to come down to our bus trip in St. Paul, you do that. It's March 18th and 19th this year. Talk to Kareen about coming. It's a really good opportunity to meet a lot of the legislators that are working on these things that can have a huge impact on our farms. And I've seen a lot of great results just meeting those people and having conversations, making them understand what policy that they're making and how that's going to impact farms. On the federal side, certainly Farm Bill has been our main focus and trying to get priorities done in that. Enhancing crop insurance, of course, is our main priority, making sure that tool is protected and enhanced if at all possible. To us, crop insurance is the most efficient way of delivering a safety net to farmers, and so that's been a big priority. Following that, ensuring that voluntary conservation programs are in place and that they remain voluntary, making sure that crop insurance is not dependent on conservation programs, things like that. There's good value to these programs, but we want to make sure that they remain in the voluntary category. And then we're working with US Wheat, of course, really hard to get MAP and FMD programs funded better than they currently are. I think I kind of covered this already, but the bus trip we have coming up here on the 18th and 19th, you can call that number or just go online and to our MN Wheat website, and that'll give you directions on coming to that. We'd love to see you all there. We'd like to fill up a bus. It's kind of a good time. Run down there together and stay overnight and meet your legislators and come back home. So with that, then I'll just make the final pitch. We appreciate your membership. It really helps us maintain the programs that we're doing, things like Prairie Grains, things like small grains updates. We depend on that membership to remain viable. So I appreciate your time, and I'll let you get back to lunch. Thanks. Or am I supposed to turn it over, Heather?
We'll let him finish lunch for 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thanks. You bet.
So yes, go ahead and finish lunch. We'll have our next speaker at 12:45, and we'll get finished from there. So go ahead and finish your lunch. Grab the last water. Grab a cookie. Lots of leftovers yet, so help us out. Okay. Yours is up. Perfect. Where'd everybody go? Right?
So is the slide advancer not working? Or?
It is.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Should be good to go there.
Perfect.
Hold both microphones.
Oh, sure.
Sorry. If you want to throw that in your pocket or something. So. Minnesota Extension. She's going to give us information on a variety of pests that impact our soybean production, and this work is also part of the result of some Minnesota soybean checkoff dollars with her soybean research. So please welcome Dr. Angie Peltier.
Well, thanks, Heather. Thanks for staying. I appreciate that. Cheesy potatoes. Nothing better. So thanks for coming today. Thanks for staying. I've been asked several times now, is it snowing? It was not snowing when I first got here. So roads should be clear. So I'm not David Key. But David is off and doing another competing event. And so I'm playing David Key today. So I'll be presenting some work from a couple of other research groups and then some of the work that we've been doing this past year. First, I'd like to refer you to this number in the top left here. It's either going to be in the top left or the top right of the slide. So if there's a topic that interests you and you want to learn a little bit more about it, it's included in that research book, okay? So there's much more detail in there than I'll be able to cover. So the first project I'm going to be talking about is something that comes out of the Megan McCahey lab. She is on the St. Paul campus. She's working with Dean Malvik. And then the person heading up the work of the project is this Kat Markham. And it's all looking at Phytophthora soji and being able to figure out what's going on with our pathogen populations throughout Minnesota. So just as a reminder, Phytophthora soji, it's a pathogen that lives in the soil. And it can cause early season problems, so we can have seedling loss that takes place either below ground, pre-emergence, or post-emergence. We can also see symptom called Phytophthora stem and root rot. So what you see when you see this is you'll see a chocolate brown lesion coming from below the soil line and up and above ground. You'll also see the leaves kind of staying on the plant, and the plants will be wilted. Infection can take place anytime throughout the growing season. And so it's every 10 years or so, it's a good idea to get a snapshot in time of the larger pathogen population out there so we can better manage for it. So Phytophthora is an oomycete, so it's not a true fungus. It's considered a water mold, so it thrives in saturated soil conditions. And that's because it produces swimming spores. And those swimming spores can actually swim towards our soybean roots. So as you can imagine, soil compaction, poorly drained soils, clay soils, all of those things tend to increase our risk for Phytophthora root and stem rot. So here's a little cartoon here that talks about the infection process. Now bear with me because this is going to be important, and this is going to hopefully involve you coming up this next year. So what you see here is the infection process. So starting on the left-hand side here, you can see here's the little soybean seedling, here's the roots. These little orange or pink blobs, that's those swimming spores, and they are going to swim towards the plant. When you blow it up, this is what happens. So the spores will actually go and begin to infect the plant, and they produce something called AVR molecules. So these AVR molecules basically shut down the plant's immune system, and so it's able to sneak in sort of undetected and cause disease. But if you'll recall, if you've had Phytophthora root and stem rot before, you probably have figured out how best to manage it. And most of our management practices, they take place before we even put a seed in the ground. So it's variety selection and specific seed treatments that work for Phytophthora. So the way that resistance works, in our soybean varieties, there's something called RPS genes. All this stands for is resistance to Phytophthora soji. So here's a little cartoon showing us what happens when you have a resistance reaction and you get no disease. So essentially, for example, here we've planted a soybean variety that has the RPS 1K gene. So most of the time, these different RPS genes, they will have a letter and number combination, and those different RPS genes basically provide resistance against specific Phytophthora populations within the field. So if the Phytophthora that's in your field produces these AVR molecules, in this instance, AVR1K, the plant is able to see when it's getting infected, and it can mount an immune response, and that's when you have resistance kick in and you don't get disease. Now what happens is same as what we've seen in our field above ground with our water hemp populations, for example. We use the same practices over and over again. Eventually our pest populations will shift and change and adapt to deal with what we've basically been subjecting them to. So here's what happens this is the RPS gene AVR sort of arms race. So as plants are infected by Phytophthora, bunch more spores are produced. There's always a chance that one individual, one spore or more spores will have a mutation in a gene that codes for that AVR molecule. That happens, what you can get here is a shift in the population. So let's say the last time you planted soybeans, RPS 1K worked really well. You didn't have any Phytophthora, and you should have seen some because it was a wet year. If you have had a population shift and your Phytophthora isolate is now producing a different AVR molecule, so in this instance, AVR3A, the plant isn't able to see Phytophthora, and so you get disease. And so as our populations have shifted over time, about every 10 years or so, it's really important that we again survey to figure out why many of our RPS genes are no longer working as well. And we need to figure out which AVR proteins and molecules there are out in the field in our Phytophthora population. One, so that we can plant varieties that are going to provide us protection. Two, if we don't have varieties that are adapted for Northwest Minnesota, for example, that have RPS genes that would protect against our Phytophthora populations, well, soybean breeders, they need to know that so they can work on incorporating those RPS genes into adapted varieties. So the way that this used to work, these surveys, trying to figure out the composition of the Phytophthora population in a field, is folks would isolate the pathogen and then use that to inoculate a series of soybean lines that have RPS genes. And that way they could figure out which of the AVR proteins are present in that population. So with replication, for each isolate, you need 10 plants of each soybean line. So somebody has to plant those, inoculate them, maintain them, and then rate them. That's very labor intensive. You're dealing with a lot of plants. Rating can sometimes be subjective, and so it wasn't necessarily all that accurate either. And that's because you would eventually end up, in some instances, with either false positives or negatives. So in the modern era, we now have molecular techniques that can more easily and more accurately, and with fewer people involved, tell us which AVR genes are in our pathogen population. So the McCahey lab has this assay, molecular assay, up and running. It's 98% accurate. So what they did is they had known Phytophthora isolates that they used to validate the method. And so now they're in the process of going through and visiting individual fields and collecting Phytophthora from soil and from plant samples. So a couple came from up in the Northwest here. So they're looking to collect additional Phytophthora samples. And this was a really unique and great opportunity for us up here. So if you see something that looks like Phytophthora in your field next year, give me a call or send an email to Kat or Megan, Dr. McCahey here, and we can get somebody to come out to your field, collect some samples, and then we could tell you actually which RPS genes are most likely to work for your Phytophthora population. And so that's a unique opportunity. It's free. It's covered under your checkoff dollars through the promotion council. And so please give us a call. Okay, next. So this can be found on page 32. So this is a graduate student, Alicia, out of Megan McCahey's lab again. And this is a white mold trial. So unfortunately, we're not really strangers to white mold up here. Here's, just in case you need a reminder of what it looks like, not so great. There's significant yield loss in our soybeans that can occur. And it's hard to manage for multiple reasons. We can't rotate our way away from this particular disease for a couple of reasons. One, many of the broadleaf crops that we have in our cropping system up here are susceptible. So sunflower, canola, dry bean, etc. Two, the fungus produces these little survival structures that kind of look like rat droppings. And those, they can survive 5 or more years in the soil. So unfortunately, rotation isn't gonna do us much good. We do have chemical control. It's not 100%. Coverage and timing is really key there. We do have also resistant varieties, but resistance is by no means complete. And when you have a year that's particularly bad for disease risk, you're still going to get yield loss. And so this project that this graduate student is working on is an effort to try and improve the resistance in our Minnesota soybean varieties. So there's 2 different types of resistance. So there's something called physiological resistance, where when the plant itself is challenged with the pathogen can't really cause infection, or if it does cause infection, that infection doesn't really go anywhere. It doesn't cause a lot of yield loss, for example. We call that physiological resistance. Well, it's also thought that some of our plant architecture traits can contribute a different type of resistance. And this is a form of escape. So for example, thinking about a soybean plant, if your soybean crop has a very upright architecture, so let's say instead of having leaves out like this, it's more like this. Well, that's going to allow more airflow. That's going to, your rows might not close as quickly. You're going to have more sunlight reaching the ground. Multiple reasons why it might not be as favorable of a disease environment underneath the crop. And so the thought here and the reason for this study is, wouldn't it be great to be able to combine both physiological resistance and architecture type of resistance into something that's a bit better as far as resistance is concerned? So what happened is this lab group, they looked at 150 different soybean lines. And they looked at them for a bunch of these different architecture type traits. And they selected 20 for further study. And those 20 varied in a lot of the different things a lot of the different architecture traits that they were focusing on. So for example, up in this top left corner here, this graph, this is canopy closure, weekly canopy closure. So they selected a soybean line or a couple soybean lines that had poor canopy closure on July 21st, medium canopy closure, several that had that particular category of canopy closure, and then they selected more lines that had really good canopy closure at that particular date. They looked at something called petiole slope. So a slope that is lower. So if you'll recall, a petiole is that little stem that attaches the leaf blade to the main stem. So if your petiole in relation to the main stem has a very shallow slope, that particular line is going to have a more rounded canopy, which won't allow as much light to get through, and it also will probably end up more humid and a better disease environment. So they looked at canopy or petiole slope. They also looked at leaflet length divided by leaflet width. So this is leaf shape, thinking that if you have larger leaves and wider leaves, that might affect light penetration within the canopy. And then lastly, leaflet area as well. They also looked at UVB light penetration at certain distances from the stem. So this graduate student spent a lot of time in the field making all of these very precise measurements. One thing they also did is they wanted to see, well, how does this work? I mean, we have these different soybean lines that vary in these architecture traits, but what happens when we put these in a disease nursery where we're expecting disease to occur? Do we see any differences? Are some of these able to actually escape infection? And so what you're seeing here is the results of a field trial on the St. Paul campus. And I know it's pretty small, but the breeding lines are here across the top and then here listed off. And then we have something called disease severity index. So that's a combined figure that combines incidence, so the percentage of plants that were infected and how severely they were infected, so severity. If you see underneath one of these breeding lines, a DSI, disease severity index value of 0, that means there was no disease. If you see a value other than 0, that means there was disease. A really positive sign that they saw this past year, one, they had disease occur, which isn't every year you're not going to get disease, so that was a good sign. And then they had these industry checks. So these are as-grow varieties. One had an upright architecture, and the other had a bushy architecture. So they saw disease in the bushy variety, but not in the upright variety. And so now what they're going to do is they're going to take all of those different lines and directly challenge them within the greenhouse to see if some of these maybe also have this physiological resistance. They're going to also conduct some more field trials in 2024 because they want to make sure that it wasn't just a fluke this past year, that those architecture traits that they measured are something that's going to be seen. It's a stable sort of trait that they're going to see year after year, environment after environment. Next study. So this is our Western Minnesota IPM survey. So there's a lot of additional information in your research book. This is page 37. So scouts traveled the countryside this past year, visiting soybean fields and looking at a lot of different things within each soybean field. So I'm going to share with you some of those things that they looked at in each field. So they looked at grasshopper nymphs. So those are sort of baby grasshoppers, and then adult grasshoppers as well. So what they did is, as they were approaching a field, they would use a sweep net and go out in the grassy field edge area and sweep for grasshoppers. They also looked for bean leaf beetles, so the number of beetles, and then the injury that the beetles caused. They looked at two-spotted spider mites, both on the edge of the field, so in the soybeans, but just those growing along the edge, and then inside the field. And here's some results from a single week. This is June 5th through 9th. This is the number of nymphs, grasshopper nymphs per square yard. And each of these black dots here, that's a field that was visited during that 5-day period. And there was no grasshopper nymphs found in those fields. In the fields that have the little triangles, they found between 1 and 25 nymphs in each of those fields. So what do you think? Is that, have we reached a treatment threshold at that point? If we're going after, if we're using population density as our threshold? Does anybody recall? Well, good thing I have the answer right here. So it's about half. So it's half of our treatment threshold. So we would say that for nymphs on the field edge, 50 plus nymphs or 20 plus adults are needed to reach a population-based treatment threshold. Now, if those grasshoppers have made their way inside the field, that threshold drops a bit. So within the field, we would recommend control when you have 30 plus nymphs or 8 plus adults in the field per square yard. Now, did you guys see more than one thing gnawing on your soybeans this past year? Yeah, right. It was kind of a smorgasbord out there, unfortunately, for a lot of our insect pests. And so another way to think about treatment thresholds, and if you'll recall, treatment thresholds are really there to kind of take all of the emotion out of the decision. You reach the treatment threshold, pest is still present, you decide to pull that trigger. So what we have here is when you have multiple defoliator insects present, you use defoliation injury. So there's a really nice program. Just search online, Crop Protection Network. There's actually a soybean defoliation training quiz where you can actually train your eye to be able to see injury. And so our treatment threshold during vegetative growth stages is 30%. So that's exactly what 30% injury looks like. Defoliation injury of 20%. So again, that threshold drops down when you reach reproductive growth stages, because you're not putting on as many leaves during that time period as you are during vegetative growth stages. So another thing that we looked at was some of our newer pests. I want to draw your attention to this soybean tentiform leaf miner. So if you scout your fields pretty regularly, you're in the habit of just flipping over leaves and looking underneath, because that's where so many nasty things hide. And I tell you, when I flipped over those leaves, there's no mistaking that. So this is a newer pest. It was found 2 years ago in southeast Minnesota. It was known to feed on a couple of our wild legume species out and about, but it decided that soybeans are plentiful and tasty. So it started to move over to soybeans. So I found those in both eastern and western Marshall County. What happens is, over time, this area that has been mined out, it's sort of like defoliation injury. There's not as much photosynthesis happening there, and so there is that potential for yield loss. I did find these particular pests close to wooded areas, not like a tree line, but a parcel of wooded land. And so if you are growing soybeans next year next to some wooded land, go out and check for this guy. See if you find it, and then please let me know. I don't know if they put out the handouts. No? Okay. So Corrine must have taken the handouts with her, but I have a handout if you have an interest. I can email you or mail you a handout. It's all about those defoliating caterpillars. What to think about, what to look for, and how best to manage them. So I can obviously send that to you. Last thing, chlorpyrifos, it's still unregistered in Minnesota, despite that recent appeals court ruling. So unfortunately, that means that in 2024, at least till we hear different, it's still illegal to use, sell, or distribute that particular organophosphate chemical. We do also have a sampling program, but I've been told I've run out of time. Check it out on page 27. That's slightly outdated information in there, but this is still something that has my hair kind of on fire, and so please continue to sample. Questions? For questions? 2 minutes for questions. How many people had to treat for soybean aphid this past year? Okay.
How do you quantify when you have a soybean aphid infection plus clover worms plus grasshoppers all in the same?
That's a great question. So the question was, you have a bunch of different things going on in your field. How do you make that decision? I mean, do you wait for all treatment thresholds to be reached? No, I wouldn't, obviously. If you have something that's nearing so soybean aphid, for example. So let's say you have 200 aphids on average per plant. You also see that you have some defoliation injury too. Let's say 15% defoliation injury. In my mind, I'd probably pull that trigger. You need to think about it additively. But I know a lot of people that were just monitoring. It's really scary to see, especially those clover worms out there, because it's like they appear all of a sudden and pretty much they're everywhere. But I had a couple of people that would call me weekly and I don't know if they just wanted to tell me what was going on. But a couple of people that were really closely monitoring, they were able to figure out, okay, these clover worms, they're pretty big. So if they get big enough, an inch and an inch and a quarter, they're nearing the end of their life cycle there. They're going to pupate, they're going to fall, drop to the ground, pupate, and go through that additional generation. But if they're about ready to fall down, I would discount them to a certain extent. So unfortunately, I've been looking for this sort of information because it's nice to be able to take all subjectivity out of that decision. It sits better, makes you feel that you've made the informed and better decision. But that sort of information just doesn't exist. And we do have also, and that's what was on that handout, when you have multiple things there, especially if you have, I know a little bit further south, we had spider mites pretty bad. When you have something like that, and you have pyrethroid resistant soybean aphid, which a lot of people had to be reminded about, unfortunately, the hard way this year. Chemical selection is important too. So scouting and knowing everything that's there, even if it doesn't make your treatment decision any easier, at least you know what to avoid. So you would avoid using neonicotinoid insecticides over the top if you had spider mites, because you know why? That would flare your spider mite population. But if you didn't know you had spider mites, you could end up stepping in it and not understand why. So unfortunately, there's no good one answer. I guess that's the extension answer, right?
Right.
I'm gonna have to head north, but I'll be around for a little bit in the back. But thank you.
Thank you, Angie. All right, like she said, she'll be around for just a couple minutes in the back, and then she's got to head north to the Crookston update. So we will move forward with our next speaker, which will be our County Executive Director from Norman County Farm Service Agency, James Cruz. So he just wanted to take a few minutes and tell us some information about what's going on in Norman County with FSA and some information on the extension of the Farm Bill. So. Angie. Take this with you or put it on your calculator.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. Heather, just wanted to give a little update on some of the stuff, because back in November, I believe it was, they did a Farm Bill extension, which brought some of those programs back into place. The first one that I just want to remind everybody of is ARC PLC sign up is now going on for 2024. You do have to sign a contract, so if you decide you do not want to change the programs, again, your programs are price loss coverage, PLC, or ARC, the agriculture risk coverage, which covers yield and price. So you do have the option to elect. So if you were all in one program last year, you've come up with some new information that you want to change those programs, you do have that option to do that. And you do have to sign a contract by March 15th. If you don't sign a contract by March 15th, it's not considered enrolled, and you would not be eligible if a payment would trigger for the 2024 crop year. I just saw an announcement that came across yesterday that looks like Minnesota FSA, I'm not sure if it's with extension, but they're putting on a webinar, I think later in February, on the ARC PLC program, so watch for information on that. Conservation Reserve Program, CRP, that's our program where we pay producers to keep land acres out of production, mostly in environmentally sensitive areas. Those contracts can run from 10 to 15 years depending on the practice that you choose. Cost share is available to help establish that cover, which could be grass or trees. We're kind of really emphasizing now how CRP can be out there to help improve farm profitability, and what we mean by that is we have a couple practices now where you could put in headlands, you could put in field borders, especially areas that probably have high salinity. We can put that into CRP to help cover that. So, right now you'd be putting inputs into that, maybe not getting a crop off of there, not a very good crop, we can look at putting CRP in there. So when you're out there harvesting, planting, you can still drive across that, but it would just be under CRP. Typically, we have a general and a continuous sign up each year. The continuous is usually smaller acreages. That kind of goes on throughout the year. And our general sign up is usually announced by the Secretary of Ag. And right now, there's no sign-ups, no CRP activity going on under the Farm Bill extension. We are kind of waiting an announcement and when we can start that. So, but if you're interested in CRP, you can still come in, talk about it, kind of get a plan in place, and when we do get the authority, then we can go ahead and get you signed up. We do have a transition incentive program under CRP. So if either you as a beginning farmer, socially disadvantaged farmer, or as a CRP participant decided not to renew your CRP, you do have the option that if you're going to rent that land out for 5 years or sell it to a beginning farmer or socially disadvantaged farmer, you can continue to get CRP for 2 more years, kind of with the idea that you're giving a break to that producer who is taking on that CRP land to get that back into production. So consider that if you are either going to rent land from somebody as a beginning farmer, socially disadvantaged farmer, or if you are going to lease to one of those individuals. The newest program that we've had right now is the Emergency Relief Program 2022. If you recall, we did 20 and 21 last year. This covers crop production losses due to a qualifying natural disaster event that occurred in calendar year 2022. So what those qualifying natural disaster events pretty much include for this area would be excessive moisture, excessive heat. Drought by itself is not an eligible cause of loss up in this area, but as you look at excessive moisture in the spring, probably got you delayed at getting the crop planted. You had excessive heat during the summer. If you can certify to one of those events, you would be eligible for that. They did split emergency relief program into 2 tracks. Track 1 is for those that received a crop insurance claim and got paid out. You would have got a pre-filled application in the mail, and with that pre-filled application kind of tells you what your potential payment could be. And then it also has you answer a couple questions. Well, first question is going to be, did you suffer a qualifying disaster loss? And the second question is, are you going to carry crop insurance for the next 2 years? Those are requirements for the program. Like I said, those would have been mailed out to you. You just need to answer those questions, bring them to the FSA office, and those are being paid out. Right now, they're being paid out on the weekly basis, so they're getting paid out right away. You're going to see on the right-hand side, there is a progressive factoring chart. Congress did not fund this program very much, so they had to limit, so everybody had a chance of getting some money. So they went with a progressive factoring. Essentially, it's every 2,000, it's a different percentage. So it's a lot less of a payment than you would have got under ERP Phase 1. Underserved producers, whether you're a beginning farmer, a veteran farmer, socially disadvantaged farmer, if you qualify with one of those and have a CCC 860 on file with your FSA office, you will get your crop insurance premiums back as part of that application. There is, like I mentioned, a linkage requirement, carry crop insurance for the next 2 years. The other track is track 2, and this is for anybody who feels that they had a loss, maybe didn't have a large enough loss to qualify and get a crop insurance indemnity payment, but you did have some type of loss. This again is going to be like the program last year. It's going to be revenue based. There's going to be 2 options this year. You have the tax year option. So we're going to look at your 2018 or 2019 as your benchmark year. You're going to calculate your allowable gross revenue, and then you're going to compare that same allowable gross revenue calculation to 2022. The expected revenue option is a new option under this program. What expected revenue does is it kind of looks at how many acres of different crops you planted in 2022. What did you expect to receive? What was your expected yield? What was your expected price? And then you're going to compare that to your actual revenue. So it's more like, an easy way to look at it is your cash flow projection you did for the beginning of the year. That's kind of your benchmark revenue, and then you're going to compare that to what you actually received. Track 2 does allow some allowances for carryover crop. So if you had 2021 crop in the bin coming into 2022, or if you had 2022 crop being carried out into 23, there's some adjustments that can be made for there. The underserved producers under Track 2 don't get their crop insurance premium back, but they get 15% added to their payment at the end of the calculation. And then once all the factoring is done, the payment rate right now is 75% of that amount. So I think the easiest thing to look at for Track 2 is, do you feel you had a revenue loss of some kind? If you think you did, then there's some worksheets and tools available that can help you calculate that. Just a quick mention on some of our livestock disaster programs. We have our livestock indemnity program, which allows, we can make payments to producers who lose livestock due to some natural disaster events over the normal mortality rate. This one is really one where we emphasize you keeping good records, because those records help determine what your payments can be. Livestock forage program kind of kicks in if we get into a disaster program or disaster year. And then we have the emergency assistance for livestock. That can cover honeybees under the colony collapse disorder, or if we get into a drought situation, water and feed transportation. We do have the marketing assistance loans, basically where we can provide some option for interim financing. If you still got the crop in the bin, it's a 9-month loan. Currently it's 6.125%. If you have small grains, that deadline is March 31st and May 31st for row crops. We do have our farm storage facility loan program. We can pretty much finance anything you need to store or handle the crops. It can be handling facilities, so grain bins, we can do dryers, trucks, trailers, augers, grain carts, sugar beet carts, almost anything along that line. We can do up to $500,000 per loan. You do have to have a minimum down payment of 15%, or if it's under $50,000, it's 5%. One thing, if you're looking at a grain bin and you know you want to come through FSA for that financing, we encourage you to contact us early in the process, because there is an environmental evaluation consultation process that takes about 35 to 45 days. So if we know in advance, we can get that started. So when you come in to actually want to close or get that loan in the spring, we're ready to go. Right now, we have terms of 3, 5, 7, 10, or 12 years, kind of depending on how long big of a loan you're going to have. And our interest rates right now are anywhere between 4 1/8 to 4 3/8. One thing on payment eligibility, if you're working with a lender and they want you to have a co-signature, visit with FSA before, because we just don't want you to lose out on any potential payments because of that. County committee, we have a county committee that helps us to deliver these programs to the producers. Those committees consist of 3 members, different areas of the county. County committee election takes place. We look June and July, we look for nominations. November is the ballots are mailed out, and then the election or the counting of the ballots is in December, with the member taking office in January. In 2024, we'll be having a county committee election in the eastern third of Norman County. If you ever looked and wanted to get your maps or get information, 156 EZs or anything like that, you can actually go to farmers.gov and you can sign up, and you're going to be able to get 24-hour access to those documents. Just a reminder, if you're changing land, maybe you're purchasing land, selling land, leasing new land, make sure you just, as soon as you get that completed, get that information to FSA so we can get your records updated. So when you do come in to sign up for a program, you can get signed up right away. Our communication, we have Gov Delivery. We have an email bulletin that goes out twice a month, and that will just have some current programs, some information there that we can provide to you. And then we have text message alerts, which is pretty much just those quick deadline reminders. So as we're coming up to maybe March 15th for ARC PLC, maybe a week before that, we'll send a text out. We could probably send 6 to 7 texts a year. To get the email, just make sure FSA has your email address on file, and text messages, all you have to do is type MN Norman and send it to 372-669, and then you'll be signed up for those text alerts. Any questions? Just kind of a quick overview of some of the things going on in FSA right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, James. It's nice to have the update and what's going on out there at the FSA office. So next on our list, we have Emily Kreckelberg. Emily is our extension educator for farm safety and health with the University of Minnesota Extension. And she's going to talk to us about the relationship between stress and safety on the farm. So I welcome Emily to Norman County. I think this is the second time she's been in Norman County with me. So it's fun to bring other coworkers and colleagues up from other parts of Extension. So Emily.
All right. Thank you so much, Heather. I had a little trouble finding my PowerPoint there because everybody names their PowerPoint Norman County Ag Day. So now that I have it up, we can jump into it. So as you can probably see, we're going to be shifting gears here just a little bit and having a little bit different kind of a conversation here today. So like Heather said, my name is Emily. I work in farm safety and health with U of M Extension. Been working in this role full-time for about 3 or 4 years, been working in this area for about 10. So really excited to talk to you today and again, kind of shift gears and think about something a little bit different. So my job is in farm safety and health. So people often ask me, well, what does that mean? What is farm safety and health? And I always say it is basically anything related to keeping farmers happy, healthy, safe, and alive is my job. And what I really like to do is kind of combine some of that health stuff with safety. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, kind of a combo of some mental health stuff and how it relates to safety on the farm. So as we start this conversation, I want you to really think about what's your why? Okay, so this is a question I ask a lot with farm safety stuff. So what is your why? Meaning, what is the reason you want to be safe, right? Why am I doing things this way? Why do I want to get home at night? Or why do I do this work to begin with, right? And we maybe all have different reasons. So I always like to share my why, and here is my why. So these folks here, that is my dad in the purple shirt and my brother in the red. So I grew up on a farm. They still farm on our family's farm down by Le Sueur, so south central Minnesota. Was a dairy farm. Now my brother raises some beef, and then he also grows corn, soybeans, and alfalfa with my dad, who's kind of semi-retired from farming. Now, you can't really tell in this picture, but the reason they are my why I do this work, if you look ever so closely at my brother's right elbow here, you can maybe tell that he is wearing a prosthetic. My brother lost his arm in an agricultural accident 7 years ago. Now you really can't tell with my dad, but this whole right leg you're looking at right here, there's a prosthetic under those jeans. So my dad lost his leg in a farming accident. December 29th would have been 51 years. So he lost it before I was born. But these two are my why, right? I have seen what they have gone through, the struggles they have endured, both physical and mental, because of their injuries. And I was around when my brother lost his arm. I will never forget that phone call. I will never forget that drive to the hospital. Lots of things I won't forget. So they're my why, because I don't want other families to experience what our family has experienced, okay? So that's my why. And I encourage you to think about what your why is. Specifically, what is your why for being a safe farmer, for being a well and healthy farmer? Why are you doing that? For yourself, for your family, kids, grandkids? We all have a reason why. So what's yours? So now we're going to just briefly talk on some things on mental health. I like to do these next few slides because I think we all have different ideas about mental health and stress and and emotions and what those things mean. So the goal with these next few slides is to just get all of us on the same page. So you understand why I'm using the words I'm using. So one thing I will say well-being, and I will also say wellness. Those ones I use interchangeably. So well-being, wellness, kind of the same thing here. So when I'm talking about wellness with farmers, and again, I'm a dairy girl, so I always like to default to an old three-legged milking stool. And I want you to think about this stool in terms of ourselves and our wellness. So stools, right, they have kind of two main components. They have the seat and the legs. So the seat's job is to bear the weight, to hold the load, and then the legs are also helping to support that weight, and they also help keep your butt off the ground, right? So when we think about this for ourselves, I want you to think about the seat of a stool really as your life, right? Your life, and again, that's the part that bears the load. So what is the load that you have on your life? Your load is going to include things like your job, your family, commitments to church, 4-H, other groups you might be involved in, right? So anything that kind of takes up capacity in your life. So for me, I would say, my load involves my job. It involves my family, which includes helping my siblings with their kids. It includes my relationship with my partner, Rob. It includes, like I said, being an aunt, being a role model. I'm a 4-H volunteer. So I have a lot of things that are a part of my load that go on my seat. And so the way my seat is supported is by the 3 legs here. And so I want you to think of each one of these legs as representing a different part of your health. So one would be your physical health. We're all pretty familiar with what physical health is, right? Our bodies, are we sick? Do we have any broken bones, etc. So we have a pretty good grasp, I think, on our physical health. And then the next leg, think of it as your mental health. So the mental health really refers to the function of your brain. And our brain's most primary function is to take in and process information from the world around us, right? That's what our brain does. It's processing information all day long. And so we want to be in good mental health so that our brains are functioning properly and that we can take in information in the right way. When we're under a lot of stress, that information might get a little warped. Okay, and why does that matter? Well, the third leg is our emotional health. And emotional health really works in a tag team with our mental health. Excuse me. So mental health, really our brain. But our emotional health, that's really what informs how we react to what our brain is taking in. Okay, so again, mental and emotional, really a tag team. So if I'm under a lot of stress, my mental health is in a poor state, I'm still going to take in the information from the room around us, just like all of you. But that stress can cause our brains to sometimes warp that information, right? So if you've heard people talk about having intrusive thoughts or, misunderstanding what something means, that can be where that disconnect happens. And so then when we know people who are stressed, or perhaps we know somebody who has a mental illness, we may think sometimes they react in a strange way to a situation, or we're not really sure why they're saying what they're saying. That's really their emotional health that is responding here. But the way that it's responding, it's basically, it's getting the information wrong somewhere along the lines. So I kind of spent a little too much time on that. But what the point is here is really about, thinking about how these 3 areas of our health need to work together to support our loads. Now, sure, we can just kind of focus on one area of our health and be okay, not think much about it. But, we need to think how they all work together. If I only get 3 hours of sleep
Thank you for staying tuned here with the your live events broadcast of the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. We'll get started back up here at 2:30. Again, 2:30. thank you for staying tuned to the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day here on your live event YouTube channel. We'll get started back up here shortly, get the last leg of the Ag Day going for you all. Again, thank you for sticking around with us the entire day. You've been watching the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day on your live event.
I'll give you a 1-minute warning. We're going to get started with our speaker here in about 1 minute. So grab your coffee, grab your cookie. Also make sure to, if you haven't sign in back on the registration table. Some of our booths are using that as their door prize drawing. So make sure you sign in if you haven't. And also in the back, there's a basket full of salted sunflower seeds, roasted salted sunflower seeds, compliments of Ada Feed and Seed. And then as you leave, if you haven't gotten your little cooler bag for Norman County Ag Day, please make sure to grab one of those on your way out the door after the last speaker and the door prize drawings. All those last minute things. I know, right? That's all right. Is Lindsay Pease. Lindsay is the Extension Specialist for Nutrient and Water Management on the University of Minnesota Extension. She's going to give us information on tile drainage performance in a wheat and soybean rotation. So we'll welcome Lindsay today to the stage. So hold them both together.
Okay. I'm going to do this way. There we go. All right, I'll get the hang of this. Should I be holding the one? It's good? Okay. It's good. All right. Yeah. Well, thanks everybody for sticking around. I know it's, last couple talks of the day. It's been a long day for you, but happy to still be here. And I also will say I hope you all had a chance to check out the Ellingson booth because this tile drainage project I actually worked with Ellingson to get the installation done. They were not a sponsor in an official capacity of the project, but I did work with them on it. So, I just wanted to give him a quick shout out since I see him up here. Yes, but today I'm going to talk about tile drainage performance in a wheat soybean rotation. This is one of the projects that I have had going on at the Northwest Research and Outreach Center. Really, that was one of the first things that I did. My position is nutrient and water management, and I really wanted to get some tile in the ground and start to see, well, what exactly is happening, not just with water management. I think it kind of goes without saying that the tile helps remove excess water, but I really wanted to dig into those questions of soil fertility also and see, well, you're moving the water around, you're changing the system, what are some of these other things that are happening in addition to removing excess water? So, one thing that we all know is that here in the Red River Valley, we have a lot of clay-rich soils. This is just a kind of a screenshot from a national map that was made up, and you can see, the purple and the blue really heavily concentrated. You can outline the valley just right there. So we're in an area that really benefits. But we are sort of on the edge of, whoops, that didn't quite go the way that I expected. Okay. We do have, slightly lower precipitation than other parts of the state once you get up to the northwest. And I can say that we also happen to have some of the lowest annual temperatures. It doesn't seem like it this winter, but, typically we have lower temperatures. So one of the
Yep. Not broken, so that's good.
Perfect. I didn't break anything. Yep. Okay. Heather's. Yep. Okay. It's in my pocket. We're safe. We're good to go. Okay. But because we are in the coolest part of the state and I have the most northern drainage plots in the state of Minnesota, I can claim that Crookston not only has the coolest drainage plots in Minnesota, we have the coolest drainage plots in the entire continental 48. So I can't claim all of North America, unfortunately, because there are some plots in Winnipeg, near Winnipeg, that the University of Manitoba has, but I can't claim for the U.S. So this is a project that, again, I said we started back in 2019, and we've been monitoring the surface runoff off these plots, the tile drainage discharge. We've been looking at nutrient concentrations, but what's really cool about these as a demonstration project is that these are not small plots. They are big. This was a whole 60-acre field that we turned into 4 different plots. And they're farmed commercially on station. So we don't use our small plot equipment with them. We use the full-size combine. And the other nice thing is that this is in a really visible place in Crookston. If any of you are familiar with the Crookston Sports Center or with Drafts in town, which is apparently the only restaurant we have left in Crookston, one of them, and it's right by that. And, it's a really highly visible, easily accessible location. And because of this location, I did want to point out that, in the last 4 or so years, we have had more than 200 visitors, on our field day that happens every July, but it's not just farmers who are my audience here. I think this is also important to point out. I'm also doing outreach with our state agency folks, with Minnesota DNR, and with universities, with drainage industry, and with fertilizer industry as well. So a part of my research is not only telling you that tile drainage, what it's doing, but also trying to explain to people who aren't familiar with drainage that it's not going to cause, the sky to fall down. So, that's also been a big part of my focus. And so again, we installed this drainage in September 2019, and I just like to show this picture because especially with, 3 years of drought that we've had or drier weather, it's hard to imagine a field, with standing water in it in September, but that's what we had. It was actually too wet in this field to even drain it. the fall that we put it in, but we did eventually get it put in October of 2019. And, we got the drains in. It was pretty messy, pretty mucky, but we did get it in. And I've been pretty pleased with, just the fact that we were able to get it installed, because as we all can imagine, with 2020 was a really wet year. So it was good to have this project in place for the one wet year we've had since I've started up here. And yeah, we were up and running by November of 2019. So I did mention this before, but just, to kind of put it into context, we've got these 4 large 15-acre plots, and we have these divided. So we designed the drainage system for the whole 60 acres, but we only ran laterals for 2 of these 4 kind of subsections. So we have a part that's drained, a part that's left undrained, a part that's drained, and then finally on the edge, a part that's undrained. And that allows us to kind of side by side compare on a large scale. And like I said, these are all farmed as one unit, so we're not putting different treatments out there. It's the drains themselves are the different treatments. But we have been running, we've got 2 years of a wheat soybean rotation with the drains installed now. One thing that's going to be kind of exciting is we are growing sugar beets out here in 2024. So this is the first time we're switching up the rotation on these plots. So pretty curious about how that may or may not change. But for right now, we're really just going to talk about the wheat and the soybeans. One thing that we saw, and I think 2020 and 2021 were 2 really contrasted years. It's a good contrast because 2020 was really wet and 2021 was one of the driest ones that we had. So we had kind of almost right away the 2 extremes. And one thing that we saw in our really wet year is when we were looking at soil moisture, coming off that really wet fall and a really wet spring, we had our volumetric soil moisture content was about 40%. So that's like almost all the way full. But then as soon as you turn the lift stations on, I think this is really cool. You can sort of see those 2 lines of soil moisture pull apart. So you can start to see that in our drained plots, we had lower soil moisture, and that carried through the whole growing season in 2020. Now in 2021, if you can remember, it just didn't rain at all. And so what we saw in 2021 was, it's really about 20% volumetric water moisture content. But then once we got into July and August, we had about 10. And 10 is that's, especially for a silty lake clay soil, that's basically 0. And I think one thing that has been a misconception about drainage is the concern that it might over dry the soil. But what we saw, especially in that really dry year, is that there was no moisture to be had in either plot. So it could not have over drained the soil because there was no moisture there to begin with. So we really didn't see any negative effects from reductions in soil moisture in that year. So what have we learned? Well, I already told you some of what we've learned. But first I'm going to give you all just a real quick chemistry lesson. I know it's late in the day, but the nitrogen cycle is kind of important to thinking about why we were taking the measurements that we were taking on this field. When you have the nitrogen cycle, you start with organic N, which is in crop residues. If you add manure, that's the form. You also have inorganic N. So these are our 2 pools. Like I said, organic nitrogen is coming from manure or just any crop residue that you have in the field. That is converted by the microbial communities into an inorganic form. If you're applying commercial fertilizer, this is the form that you're applying. All of your synthetic fertilizer, urea, that sort of thing is all inorganic N. And the reason why you want inorganic N is because that's what the microbes are going to use to turn into nitrate, which is what you test in the soil for soil fertility. It goes up into the plant roots, hopefully, and gets turned into proteins, grain. Now, the other things that can happen along this road, if it doesn't get taken up by the plant roots, it can also leach into the groundwater. We've all heard about that. And it can also move up into the air. So nitrogen doesn't like to stay put. It's always cycling through these forms. So what we did on these plots is the first several years we've been measuring what's been leaching, we've been measuring what's been coming out into the air, and we've also been measuring what's coming out with the crop. So we're trying to track that nitrogen and seeing if, the drain tile, what is it doing? Is it changing anything about how this nitrogen is moving? So I just broke up these nitrogen losses by the pathway. So we have the drained on the top and the undrained, and we're kind of going to go through with a checkbox format and just share what we learned. First of all, I mentioned we did look at what's coming out into the air, and the way that you do that is really low tech to start with. We put PVC pipes with a lid on it and took samples of the air through a rubber gasket. And you come back and you do that every 20 minutes, and then after 40 minutes, the change in the concentrations of the air tells you what is coming out of the soil. And then you run that on a very expensive piece of laboratory equipment, and it tells you what the microbes are breathing. If they're breathing a lot of methane and a lot of nitrous oxide, they're probably underwater, they're heavy, they're experiencing a lot of too moist conditions, too wet conditions. If they're just breathing carbon dioxide, they're pretty happy, they're metabolizing, they're using oxygen. And what we found is that in our undrained portion, we were getting more of that nitrous oxide emissions. So we're seeing them experiencing wetter conditions, which again, just based on what I just showed you with the, which was what we just saw with the soil moisture, is what we expected. So we did see what we expected with respect to that. You had more of that nitrogen moving in the gaseous form, because if the microbes can't breathe air normally, then they will breathe using nitrogen. So that's why sometimes with that fertilizer you apply isn't then available for the crop. Okay, next we're going to talk about yield. What's going into the plants? So I just threw a couple yield maps up there, just straight off the John Deere Combine. There's definitely some editing that could be happening here, but this is how all of you are looking at your field data anyway. So this is why I kind of put it up the way that I did. And I have the boxes around the different plots to kind of show you. So we have 2019, that was the baseline when we had no drains out there. And in 2019, we had pretty uniform yield all across the field. In 2021, when we were dry, this was also wheat, and this was our drought year. So we do kind of see some more red splotchy areas in our drained portions of the field. Now, I already told you that there wasn't any difference in the soil moisture between these two halves. But what I think we are seeing here is probably an effect of that drainage installation happening in such a wet year. Compaction is going to show up a little bit more in a dry year than in a wet year. And we did a lot of driving on the field in wet conditions, especially evening out over the tile lines. In 2019. I think that's what we're seeing here. Part of the point of this whole experiment is to see, well, how long is it going to take before these sides of the field even out? Now, I mentioned when I'm talking about these years kind of in reverse. 2021 was our dry year, but 2020 was our really wet year, and we had kind of a less dry year in 2022. So we have the two soybean years up here now. And what you can see in 2020 is that there are more red splotchy areas in the undrained portions of the field. So we actually did see the undrained portions yield poorer in our really wet year. A benefit to drainage in year one, because we got the rain and the drains were there to help take out that excess soil moisture. And you can actually see those red horizontal lines that are cutting across the screen. Those are our surface ditches. So, those areas that are going to be inundated with water all the time. And we still saw a lot of surface water moving across this field, even in our drained portions. It didn't take all the water away, but clearly it took enough that it boosted yields. 2022 was drier, and you can kind of, again, now 2022 looks a lot like 2019, where it's just kind of even all across the field, which is good. This is showing that, maybe some of those things we saw in 2019 not really showing up, the things we saw in 2021, the dry year, not really showing up in 2022. One thing I did want to point out, though, is that up by the lift stations, which is one of the main access points of the field to kind of make this point about compaction versus moisture, this is a spot, you can see these soybeans are really pretty sparse. They're looking pretty sad. That's up here at the northwest corner of the field. And again, like I said, this is where they're accessing this field and the field right to the north of it. So this is where all the equipment's coming. If we're coming out to collect data, we're also driving our pickup, like right in this corner of the field. So this is gonna be one of the more compacted areas. And you can see that effect really clearly even in 2020. Now the other corner of the field, the southeast corner of the field, we saw similarly sad-looking beans, but for a totally different reason. These soybeans are sad because they're underwater, and we had standing water in the field in the undrained portion of the field in 2020. So you can sort of see how, even just with the yield map, just a little bit of kind of visual kind of tracking, we were able to kind of take out some differences in what's happening in different parts of the field. Okay, so we did see, when you start to look at those yield maps and you process them a little bit, we did see a difference in yield both in 2020, the wet year, and in 2021, the first dry year. And what we saw was that in 2020, we had better yields in the drained field, but then in 2021, as I kind of showed from those yield maps, they were slightly lower. Since then, including the data from this past year, which I was just looking at, to make up this presentation, there's been no difference in the soybean yield or no difference in the wheat yield the last 2 years. So really, if we did see any effect of that kind of compaction from installing the drains, that evened out really in about the first 2 years. So if we're thinking back to this nitrogen loss by pathway graph, we saw 1 year it was up, 1 year it was down. The other years, it's kind of been the same. So we're going to call that a wash. But I do feel really good if we get those rains again, if we have a wet spring in particular. I feel really confident that that the drains will show that yield benefit. It's just we are kind of on the edge of where that rain, sometimes, some years it comes, some years it doesn't. And but I do feel good that there's no negative of having the drainage out there. There's only a positive when we get the rain. But then we have to kind of come to the elephant in the room, which is what everybody worries about, nitrates in the groundwater. We have been monitoring out these drain tiles, every day. What we do is we have automated samplers out there, so they take a sample of the water every single day, whether these drains are on or whether they're off, so we get a really clear picture of what's happening with nitrogen concentrations coming out of the tile lines. One thing you'll notice here, and I didn't mention it before, we do have 2 lift stations out there. One's collecting surface water and one's collecting tile water. And if this was just a regular field, that would be the one thing that would be different. All the water would go into one pump, but we put 2 out there just for research purposes so that we can separate the 2 concentrations. And what we saw is that we do see the drainage moving nitrate downward. And this was, we do see this, and this is actually not from the water, but in the soil, because we didn't have a lot of water to speak of in the last 2 years. But we have been tracking the nitrogen as it moves through the soil, and then you can sort of see how it's coming out in the drain tile as well. But what we saw is that drainage moves that nitrate downward. So in 2020, we had no drainage, we had a wet fall. At the beginning, this is an initial condition. You can see most of the nitrate is in the top foot of the soil, and as you kind of look down, you see as it moves further to your left, there's less and less nitrate if you move downward in the soil profile. After 1 year of drainage, we do see a little bit less in that top foot of the soil. So we are seeing those nitrates moving downward a little bit. After our kind of really, really wet growing season, still a dry spring though. And then in 2022, after a really dry year, this is where you start to see these pull apart. We start to see water kind of moving downward in the soil profile again. We had a little bit of a wet spring. We had snow melt. So now we start to see nitrate in the drainage plots. It's moving downward. You see there's still a lot of nitrate left in the 0 to 12 inches and in our undrained portion, but you actually start to see more deeper down, which I think this is really not, and what we're seeing is this isn't affecting yield, but it is changing where the nitrate is accumulating. One thing that I'm really curious to see, especially as this is stuff we're gonna keep collecting, one thing you do want is, especially for, you want that nitrate to be in the top 12 inches for most crops, but I am interested to see how this might affect sugar beets, where you do actually want some of that nitrate to be accumulating downward. But it's not completely gone. I mean, I think that's the other thing, is it's still in the soil profile. It's not washing away completely down through the drains. And when we do start to look at the leaching profile, you do have to say, well, there's drainage in one and no drainage in another. So we are losing a little bit more nitrogen through leaching with the drainage concentrations, but the concentrations that we're seeing, which aren't in this presentation just because of the time, we aren't seeing anything that I consider environmentally concerning. Most of the concentrations are about 5 parts per million, 5 to 10. As a maximum. The drinking water standard is 10, so we're not causing any environmentally concerning concentrations with the drainage, and I think it's important to say that. So when we start to look overall, we can sort of add some numbers to those check boxes, and what we saw is a kind of total export of nitrogen. When you start to look at those check boxes, yeah, you have these different pathways, but the major pathway where the nitrogen is moving is out with the crop, which is good. This is showing that what we're applying, the vast majority of it is getting into the crop and being taken off the field in that way with yield. Of course, you do have some in our wettest year possible so far. You do have that nitrate component leaving through the drainage water. But it's still a fraction of what's coming off in our uptake. And that denitrification portion, that's only ends up being about 5 pounds per acre. So really not anything major. Now in our dry year, now you start to see the leaching piece goes away. There's no water moving. All that nitrogen is just accumulating in the soil profile. And our yields were not very high either, so you don't even have a lot of nitrogen leaving in the yield. But that is still the major place that nitrogen goes, regardless of whether it's drained or undrained. And so we saw kind of in 2021, and I will say the years since, it's been about even. So in conclusion, what we saw just overall, we saw drainage boosting those yields in 2020, but not in 2021. And I kind of have a question there. It's not the low moisture that was causing a reduction in yields. It's really, my personal opinion is it's probably the compaction. It was probably just kind of a residual effect of that installation. One way, if you are concerned about, draining too much or losing soil moisture, what I really love about those lift stations is you can turn them off. You can turn off those drains. And if I were not managing this field for research, probably in the last 3 years, we wouldn't have necessarily even turned those drains on, except for like maybe right around planting time. That's called controlled drainage, and that's one really good strategy that if you are getting rain, but not so much that it's flooding out the crops, there's no need to turn the lift stations on. Just save yourself the electricity and save the water. And then what we also saw too is that drainage moving downward in the soil profile, which we're going to keep watching. But so far I haven't seen anything that is concerning to me from an environmental standpoint. And, in terms of that soil fertility, not really seeing anything to me that is signaling that these crops are not getting the nitrogen that they need. I think probably what we're seeing is that what we're losing is extra nitrogen, like excess nitrogen from those drought years. Not necessarily, it's not you put the fertilizer on and it washes out immediately. We're not seeing that. And the nitrogen loss, we're looking at it as being higher from the drainage than from the air, especially if it rains. But like I said, in the last 3 years, really, we've not seen a lot of nitrogen movement through the drains. So with that, just want to give a quick shout out to my team who helped me collect all of these boatloads of data, and the sponsors of the project. And with that, I will, if we have time, take questions. And I don't have to rush out. 2 or 3 minutes for questions. All right, thank you.
Lindsay, what do you do with the water?
Oh, the water. So the water, once it's pumped out, it pumps into a ditch. Then that water just gets incorporated into the rest of our surface water management. Eventually, it drops into a big sewer that was installed on campus and goes to the Red Lake River. So then it goes north up to Lake Winnipeg.
What was the difference in the nitrogen of the water from the tiled ground versus the untiled ground?
Yeah, the difference in the nitrate in the water from the tiled ground to the untiled ground. So what we were seeing is that we saw, like, do you mean as a concentration or as a pounds per acre? We are, yeah. So, and what we saw is that, out of the tile water, the concentrations were really in that, 5 parts per million to 10 parts per million range. In the surface water, it was 5 or lower. So even the concentrations themselves were kind of similar, but definitely you can get more, it's more spiky in the tile drains, so you see it rains, if you get a lot of water in, it's more time related. Surface water is kind of just the same day in and day out. So I guess maybe I'll add the concentrations back into a future talk, because I know it's also kind of interesting to look at how those change.
I love to see these tests. What I get concerned about is when you're showing that there's more nitrates in the water from the tiled ground, that concerns me of what EPA might say down the road. And when we talk 10 parts per million compared to 5, maybe it won't make a difference. On the other hand, the EPA's changed regulations on safety for arsenic in the water. They changed from 50 parts per million to 10 parts per million as a safe number. So it isn't like if they're saying 10 is safe, it doesn't mean that it will be next year, or 5 years down the road.
Yeah.
5 parts per million 5 years down the road.
Yeah, no, and I definitely understand the concern, and that's why I will say this is a different talk than I would give to someone in the EPA, just because, I think then we would focus a lot more on those concentrations and on the total loads that are coming out. Here, I know that those aren't necessarily the decisions that you are gonna make on your farm to do it or to not do it. I mean, it plays into it, obviously. You want to be a good steward, but really when I'm talking with, more of the government agencies, the people who might be regulating, then I do focus a lot more on those kind of concentrations, like how much, when, because the timing is a big thing too. When are you losing it? And I will also say, here in the Red River Valley especially, we do have a concern of phosphorus too, which I didn't even touch on phosphorus here, but phosphorus going into Lake Winnipeg is also a concern. And there's also a lot of things we can do as a treatment method for excess nitrates, if we start to see nitrogen coming off, there are different, edge of field strategies. There's different strategies that we can use. So those are the sorts of things that, for the interest of time, I can't go through everything, but I just want you to feel at least a little bit, I don't know, maybe assured that, that I'm only showing you kind of a piece of it, but there's a lot more to the story. I could talk for like 3 hours, probably.
So are you going to be back next year? Because I really want to see the sugar beet results.
Ooh, yeah. Well, that's up to Heather. Yeah.
That might address some of the leaching. Yeah.
We will keep it on the docket.
Absolutely. And I love talking about drainage. So, this will, yeah.
All right, any other questions for Lindsay? Thank you.
Jerry's got one.
Jerry.
Have you guys done any looking at like tillage differences or anything like long-term no-till versus, or even like CRP grass or something like that? Because it seems like government agencies want to push us towards reduced till, minimum till, no-till. Nitrate levels.
Yeah. So the question was if I had looked towards, looking at sort of these same sort of metrics, but for different systems, the long-term no-till, reduced tillage, those things that seem to be really prioritized by the federal agencies. And I will say this particular trial has not been designed to answer those questions. Those are questions I'm very interested in, especially for our crops and our rotations here in the Red River Valley, because I don't think there's an easy yes or no answer to those. And I will say, especially as a scientist, I do tend to be a little bit of a skeptic sometimes when it comes to these practices, especially because one of the reasons I'm here doing this research is because this research has never been done on, crops and soils and climate like ours. So I will just say, I hope to have an answer for you in the future. Yeah, implementing cover crops is too. And we are looking at cover crops kind of in other trials, and I'm kind of trying to collect some supplementary data in those trials. But these are all kind of outstanding questions that I really, really want to have answered. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Lindsay? Thank you, Lindsay. And we'll keep it on the list for next year. So, all right, we'll move into our last but not least speaker of the day, our most important speaker of the day, Tom. Come on. So I'd like to welcome Tom Peters to our docket today. In my 3.5 years in Norman County, I haven't had Tom up here, so this is a first for me. I'm excited to have Tom come and speak to us at our Ag Day program, and he's going to talk about some weeds for us today. So Tom has a unique position with U of M Extension and NDSU Extension, one of just a few of them that have a shared position. So we're grateful to have Tom on our team as well. So welcome, Tom.
Why do we have two?
We have two for the Year Live event, Year Live broadcasted.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So you are
Why
that
don't
in
you
your
hold this
pocket.
for a second?
I sure can. You are being live broadcasted, so
Okay. Then I'll have to be careful about what I say.
I'll get your presentation up.
And I'm going to give this to Ryan because I can't do two things at once. So you can run my slides, Ryan. So I have a goofy title. So my title is about weeds. I want you to study your foal. Okay? And Ryan, click it once. That's what the winter is for. Use the winter to study about your enemy. And in my case, that's weeds. And I think these presentations or other meetings or other activities is an excellent way to learn about them. And that's what I'm going to do. So not a lot about sugar beet, more about weed biology in general. So who am I? Where did I come from? I grew up on a dairy farm. And the reason why I went to college and grad school is because I didn't like to milk cows. I'll just be brutally honest with you about it. My dad wanted me to join the operation after I got my BS degree, and that's why I went to graduate school. So my connection to this area is I met a gentleman named Alan Dexter in 1985, and he invited me up, and I did my PhD with him, and then moved away. I worked in industry for 25 years, and people always ask me, do you have any regrets? And I always said, you know, I studied sugar beets, and I wish I would have had more time. Well, I had an opportunity to study sugar beets again, and I took advantage of it. And it's been a really good journey the last 10 years. I will tell you that I didn't think it was going to be so difficult to control weeds in sugar beets. I call myself an agronomist, but all I get time to do is working on weeds, just because of all the challenges that we have, quite frankly. Next slide. So I'm not going to, at 3:30 in the afternoon, I'm not going to be negative the whole time. I want to focus on positives first. I think our growers do a tremendous job of managing weeds. Okay? I think that nobody grows crops thinking that I want to grow both weeds and crops. Everybody wants to do a good job with it. And we have a lot of good examples. The first picture actually was from right after Roundup Ready crops were commercialized, and that was in Iowa. We've had a good cooperator over the years down by Herman, Minnesota. I worked at Herman area back when there wasn't any water hemp up in this area. I don't have to travel down to Herman anymore. So again, we did a good job there. We're doing a good job of weed management in sugar beets. So this is a field a few years ago over by Clare City that we took. Next slide, Ryan. Now, this actually was the first time that I had seen water hemp. So I worked in St. Louis, and I worked in a corporate office. I didn't get out very much. So it was really jaw-dropping for me when I first had the opportunity to work with water hemp. So the interesting thing about this picture is you can pretty much figure out the size of the harvest equipment that this producer had based on the rowing effect from water hemp in the fields. This was 2014. Next slide. And you know, in sugar beets, there's water hemp every year somewhere. But again, I would say, next slide, Ryan, I would say that our growers are doing a tremendous job of trying to manage water hemp. Next slide. Now, I have to stop here. I have to slow down here and focus on some of the challenges that we have. One thing about weeds are programmed to make seed. So they want to make seed for the next year. And they take advantage of a lot of different opportunities for that. One is flowing in water. And I see this a lot, especially in years where we have water movement, standing water that moves across fields or from field to field. We introduce weeds in areas that previously didn't have weeds. The wind. This is a picture from a field that I worked with in Kansas when I was still working in industry. And the interesting thing is, 2010 was the first year where they had kochia they couldn't control. And we came back the next year in 2011, and what you see there is a pattern from a single plant rolling across the landscape. And that was the first time that I had observed Roundup Ready kochia before. or Roundup tolerant, excuse me, kochia before. Ducks and geese, yeah, I blame them too. I think our geese especially carry weed seeds. They like to eat weeds, especially pigweed, and sometimes they'll fly and they'll deposit something from eating, and that's the way we introduce weeds into fields. Next slide. Okay, we already talked about this, so I'm going to go on. I struggle a lot for what the messages should be with weed management sometime. And I guess the easiest way we can boil it down is if we can limit the amount of new seed going into the seed bank, we're making progress. So don't allow new seed to enter the system. Because if we can do that, I think we'll eventually get to a place where we can manage our weeds. The problem is when we do have weed escapes, that means, depending on the weed species, we've got to actively manage them for 4, sometimes 6 years. And that means you've got to be intense about it and do everything you can to ensure no new weeds enter the system. But once you get to that point where fields are clean or relatively clean of weeds, I think then you can do a pretty good job of managing things and farming in the future. So I want to focus on 3 weeds, and I want to talk about the biology of water hemp, common ragweed, and kochia. And the reason why I picked these 3 weeds is because our surveys indicate that these are important weeds. Now, as it so happens, they're all Roundup glyphosate resistant weeds, but that doesn't matter. I want to talk about these weeds from the biology standpoint, from the standpoint of managing them. Ryan, next slide. Okay, I want to just pause for a minute. Is everybody tracking with me so far? Does all of this make sense as to where we're going? Any comments, any questions? Okay, let's continue, Ryan. So years ago, I was a hunter and a fisherman. And I spent a lot of time along the Mississippi River and the Missouri River in the St. Louis area. So Missouri and Illinois. And I saw this weed called water hemp. And I thought it was pigweed, red pigweed, but it looked different. And somebody pointed out, no, it's not red pigweed, it's water hemp. So what I saw was a weed that was about 12 to 18 inches tall. I would call it scraggly, not a very healthy plant. And it made some seed, not a lot of seed, but it was producing seed. That is not the same plant that we have today. So furthermore, a few years ago, somebody went to the herbariums and said, let's compare today's water hemp with samples that were collected maybe 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. And what they found out, they were different. Today's water hemp tolerates drought better. It grows more actively, which is what I observed. And it controls, and there's herbicide resistance. Now, the interesting thing is those samples in the herbarium also had herbicide resistance, which just demonstrates to you that resistance has been around a long time with water hemp. It didn't start 10 or 15 years ago. Let's move on. I want to click to the next one. And again, this is what we see today. And I think there's a couple of reasons why it's different. So water hemp is an example where there's male and female plants. So our female plants are taking pollen from male plants. And I think to some degree they can take pollen from red root pigweed as well. And the introduction of that pollen might explain the competitiveness that we see today. Plants that are 4, 5, 6 feet tall, and how healthy they look when you see them in the fields. We're lucky that water hemp is not, the pollen from water hemp is not crossing with red root pigweed. We haven't seen any red root pigweed resistance. So it appears that red root pigweed is not capable of using pollen from other sources, at least not to this time. So I want to ask this question. What makes a weed herbicide resistance? Next. How does herbicide resistance occur? Keep going. So the first one is, the definition of resistance is a weed that has developed the ability to survive an application of a herbicide which previously controlled it. So you could kill it before, you can't kill it now. Most of the time, that's associated with the continuous use, maybe the intensive use of the same product over and over again. Okay? I call this an evolutionary process. It doesn't happen overnight. Plants slowly evolve to resistance. And then finally, it's caused by mutations. So people have this real negative view of what a mutation is. A mutation is very common in nature. And, you know, the other thing that you hear sometimes is mutations are 1 in a million. And that seems like a long shot. But here's the reality. If we have 100,000 seeds per water hemp, and you have one plant per acre in an 80-acre field, that means you're going to make 8 million seeds. So 1 in a million means that potentially 8 of those seeds could have a mutation. Well, there's a heck of a lot more than one water hemp per acre. It's more likely that you could make 25 million seeds in a field that has some weed challenges. So the fact that we get mutations, and it's happening all the time with us, we're seeing herbicide resistance occurring, isn't so surprising at all. It's a natural process. Okay? And a little more about that. Water hemp's an example of a plant. I mentioned this a couple of minutes ago where there's male and female plants. So I call this Mother Nature's version of hybrid corn. The interesting thing is that these, and these plants are spread out. They're not side by side. And I think the diversity that we see is related to plants that are sometimes half a mile apart, or plants that are taking pollen that might be 5 days old from the time it was produced. So both that space and time component, I think, is contributing to some of this diversity that we see. Okay? So we see this diversity a couple of ways. One example is in the phenotypes. So this happens to be kochia. We're using kochia because that's the picture I have. all 5 of these pots are kochia, but they all look very different from one another. And it's because kochia, like water hemp, can outcross. So it's the diversity of the pollen and the plants that produce the pollen that's creating these different phenotypes. So you can see it in the canopy, click Ryan, but you can also see it in the stems. And we see the same thing with water hemp. We see lots of different colors, we see different sizes of leaves, different sizes of plants, and so forth. Another way that we see diversity is resistance. And I mentioned this before. Some plants are more capable of resistance than others. And unfortunate for us, the pigweed plants show up a lot on the scale. These are plants where we have the most amount of resistance to different herbicide families. So there's one on here that's really scary to me. Number 2 on the list is barnyard grass. So currently glyphosate is very effective for controlling barnyard grass. We need to make sure it stays that way. Because to lose that, the ability to control grasses with glyphosate would be a step in the wrong direction. Next slide, Ryan. I like to talk about biology because I think if you understand biology, you can understand weed management. I think they go hand in hand with each other. So when I say biology, I'm talking about the life cycle, when they emerge, how they reproduce, and we've already talked about that. How much seed they make, and then finally how viable that seed is. So we're going to use the rest of the time and we're going to talk about these with respect to those weeds. Next slide. So I mentioned studying your foe, studying your enemy. When, I like to tell farmers, what are your 2 most important weeds in the fields? Kochia, common ragweed. Then study them. Learn as much as you can about them. Tell me when they germinate and emerge. Tell me how big they're going to get. Tell me how much seed they're going to make. How do they respond to tillage? Where do they germinate from? How much seed are they going to make? How long is the seed viable? Learn as much as you can about your most important weeds and then figure out what the vulnerability is. Click. In the case of water hemp, that vulnerability is when it germinates. By this time, we know exactly when water hemp's going to germinate and emerge. I can tell you right now that we're going to see water hemp in Ada, Minnesota between the 5th and 15th of May, because that's when it germinates and emerges. So how does that compare to other weeds? Is it earlier? Is it later? We'll answer that with the next slide. It happens to be quite a bit later. So with the weeds that I work with, usually kochia and lamb's quarters are the first 2 weeds that germinate and emerge. Okay? Kochia and lamb's quarters are first. Common ragweed comes after that. But the cool thing about common ragweed is it doesn't like it when it's hot. So when the soils warm up, and we saw that this year, the common ragweed germination slowed down quite a bit. And then finally, the pigweeds are last. They come up in May. Unfortunately, the pigweeds germinate over a much longer span of time as compared to some of the other weeds. Next slide. So I got this picture from a guy named Lee Breeze, and this is quite a few years ago. This is the end of March. So he had indicated the ground was thawed a little bit on the surface, but it was still primarily frozen ground. yet we had weed germination and emergence already at that time. So I'm calling this kochia. Somebody earlier this week told me, are you sure? It might be lamb's quarters, and I got to come back and take a look at it. It might be lamb's quarters that's coming up in this picture. But the bottom line, it's the end of March. Next slide. Number 2, weeds make a lot of seed. Okay? We think of our crops and the improvements in crop yield and such. Crops and weeds are very different. And one characteristic of the pigweeds, and I don't care what pigweed you're talking about, is they make a lot of seed. Unfortunately, when one of these plants makes that much seed, then we've got to figure out a way to stop it, control the weeds. Next slide. So what I like to do is compare. How does water hemp compare to other weeds? Unfortunately, it's the one that makes the most seed. Kochia, at least on my list, is on the other extreme. Next slide. Water hemp is viable for 4 years. You can count on it. After 4, it depends. It depends on how the degradation pattern worked. Next slide, Ryan. I worked with a guy named Burnside when I was at Nebraska in grad school. So the Burnside family was from Hawley, Minnesota. So his name was Orvin Burnside, and we did a really interesting experiment where we buried seed and then dug it up to see if the seed was viable. So 0 is essentially right after we buried it. And you can see they carried this experiment on for a number of years. So it's interesting if you look at the table how different seed species differ in their longevity. So the pigweeds lasted 4 to 6 years. Lamb's quarter and ragweed was quite a bit longer. Kochia and giant foxtail 1 or 2 years. Next slide. So what about the 3 weeds that I talked about? Let's go through this exercise. They're all annuals. I told you that kochia comes first, ragweed second. Ragweed stops germinating and emerging once it starts to get warm, soil temperature about 80 degrees. Water hemp all season long. Water hemp starts to flower in July. But once it starts to flower, we have mature seed in 2 weeks. And that's really important because if you're going to pull weeds, pulling a plant that has mature seed on it and dropping it on the ground doesn't really accomplish much. The other ones, they flower later, and it takes a lot longer for the seed to be viable. And I see that especially with samples of kochia and common ragweed that are sent. And you can read the last 2, seed production and the longevity. Next slide, Ryan. Just a few slides that I have left, Heather. So my point here is we have a very heavy reliance on pesticides. And that's okay. I'm not going to stand up and say that I have a problem with that. Next slide. But what I want to say is we need to find a balance with pesticides and other ways of controlling weeds. Taking advantage of cultural practices and mechanical practices, try to get more of a balance than what we have today. And I say that because we only have so many pesticides, and we're having some challenges with some of those, and I think it's forcing us to look at other means. Next slide. Again, my friend Lee, we were in a brainstorming session, and we came up with 19 different ways to control weeds. Some of these are a little bit on the corny side, but the point is although herbicides are number 1, it's not the only way. Next slide. record keeping. I think it's absolutely key today to keep records. Weed management is continuous. It goes from field to field, from year to year. So having records about where the weeds are, what products you use, what families they come from, I think are absolutely critical records. They're just as important as those yield maps that Lindsay shared with us a few minutes ago. So record keeping, I think, is essential in today's agriculture. Next slide. Don't just worry about sugar beets. So this is a producer that invited me out and he wanted to tell me how good his ethofumizate was working in sugar beets. And I said, well, yeah, I agree with you, but you need to talk to your neighbor because your neighbor's water hemp's going to wind up in your field. And he said, that's not my neighbor, that's mine. And I said, what are you doing? You're doing all of this hard work in sugar beet. Why aren't you doing the same thing in soybean? Well, I'm using the Enlist system. So the intensity that you use in one has to carry over to the other because our fields are rotations and we're going to eventually have water hemp in that other field. Next slide. There might be a time when you have to hit the reset. Plowing is one way to do that. To me, it should be the last resort, but I think we've seen from time to time things get out of hand. We're burying all that residue, knowing that the seeds aren't going to germinate from 4 or 5 inches might be necessary. But you can only do this once, because if you plow again, those seeds are going to come back up to the surface. But if you have to, hit the reset button. Next slide, Ryan. Don't forget about the boundaries. Somebody's got to own the land, own the weeds between fields. Somebody has to take responsibility for that. Next slide. And don't forget about the ditches. This guy had a tremendous weed control job in his cornfield. But look at all the pigweed that's in the ditch. Where is that going to go? It's going to go with runoff, probably right back into the field. Manage the ditches just as intensely as you're managing your fields. Next slide. So this is my last one. I think scouting is important. Weed identification is important. And if you're not sure about what weeds are, get help. Ask the people that provide services for you. Ask me. You can't do this effectively if you don't know what the weeds are that you're seeing. Don't make excuses. I think, unfortunately, we don't figure out that something's gone wrong until it's too late. So if you can, when you see weed escapes, you've got to immediately ask yourself, why did this problem happen, and address it. Number 3, the simple days are over. The reality is weed management is changing. And I was in Idaho a couple of weeks ago talking about our experiences. And for some reason, they thought that we had something going on in Minnesota and North Dakota that was different. And what I told them we were doing, using 2 or 3 different soil-applied herbicides and sugar beet for pigweed, they said, we don't want to do that. That's too much work. That's what it takes to grow crops today. And you have to come to grips with that. And then the last thing I want to say is this is a continuous exercise. It starts at planting, it goes all the way through the season, it goes from one year to the next. It's no longer a discrete operation where you spray and then don't worry about it for a while. Weed management has to be continuous. It has to be involving multiple integrated approaches. And as I mentioned, it has to be something that carries over from year to year. Final slide. So if you need to get a hold of me, my contact information is here. I like to visit fields. I like to talk on the phone. Call me. That's my job. And Heather, I'll take any comments or questions if we have any time left.
Sure. Any questions for Tom?
Go ahead, Jerry.
Is there an easy way to tell the difference between a male and a female pigweed? Because we know we only have a full two.
That's right. So Jerry's asking about male and female pigweed. So what I see is a lot more branching on the females. So there's more of this main branch and multiple branches coming off. The male tends to be one strong main branch and not as much branching that occurs. The other thing what you can do in the morning is tap it, because it'll just bloom with pollen after you tap it. But look for the branching. To me, that's the best giveaway to find the females. Next question, sir.
Are all the pigweed species dioecious?
No. Dioecious versus monoecious. Red pigweed is monoecious, meaning that the male and female flowers are on the same plant. That doesn't mean that the pollen from one can't go to the next one, but they tend to reproduce from plants close together versus what I was saying about water hemp.
Is Palmer amaranth?
Absolutely. Palmer amaranth is much more like water hemp than it is like red pigweed.
How soon do we got to start worrying about Palmer up here?
Well, you should already be worrying about it.
Yeah.
My sugar beet community, I just had a meeting this week with them where I asked about what my priorities should be. And their answer was, we need an answer for controlling Palmer amaranth and sugar beet. So we don't need that information yet, thank goodness, but we're going to generate it to figure it out. So I'll be honest with you, I'm worried about some of these screenings that are sold to dairies. So they're using these screenings as feed supplements, and unfortunately sometimes there's Palmer amaranth mixed in with it. So that's pretty important. Now the good news is that I think the state of Minnesota has done a real effective job at keeping a watch on that. I would say much better than North Dakota has. Anybody else? This side of the room has to have a question. Anybody else have anything to add?
How about the male and female from the water hemp? Can you tell that?
Well, I think that's what Jerry was asking about.
Yeah, that was the common ragweed.
Did you say?
Pigweed.
Water hemp.
Water hemp, yeah.
Same thing.
So common ragweed, to my knowledge, the male and females are on the same plant. So it makes seed by pollinating itself.
And the color of it too, they get different colors. The water hemp.
Absolutely. And to me, that's an indicator of the diversity. I better watch where I stand.
Right.
It's an indicator of the diversity that's in the population. And I see that all the time. We see red-stemmed, green-stemmed. We see plants that flower at different times. That is a very common characteristic. And I don't really look for this, but I'm guessing it's different sensitivities to herbicides as well. That's a good question. Heather, that's probably enough for today.
Sounds good.
Everybody,
Are they, so like with the water hemp, is it mostly being just moved by, what I've seen is this water movement following creeks? Are there birds or other species that are dragging it around? What else likes to eat it that digest it?
Ducks and geese. Ducks and geese. They love to feed on it and then carry it and drop it somewhere else. So we see that. I think we don't see as much movement with wind and water, not with water hemp so much. but it does move in water. We know that it moves with equipment as well. So some of the service providers, combine clean out issues, stuff like that. So probably more ways to move it around than what you'd want to hear, but that's the truth. Oh, sir.
Canola going to be an obnoxious weed someday?
I think canola is already a weed, isn't it? And I say that because it shatters and, you know, it has a lot of characteristics of seed. But I'll say this, the problem with canola is there's both Liberty and glyphosate resistance. So we've limited some products that we can use to control volunteers. The other thing about canola is it persists it's like pigweed. It persists for 4, 5, 6 years once it's introduced in the field. And you know, I think you've all heard the stories about boxcars and fertilizer and canola and how we might be introducing it into our areas. But canola is a tough weed to get rid of once it occurs. I know in sugar beets, we have very, very few options to get rid of volunteer Roundup Ready or Liberty canola.
I think I remember from sugar beet production in college that you described a weed as a plant that's in a place where you don't want it. You know.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Ryan. The only way I can reliably get rid of canola and sugar beets is with upbeat herbicide. Upbeat is still pretty good on volunteer canola.
How about Blazer?
Yeah, it would be a good one too. Blazer is a little touch and go in sugar beets, though. Talk to your neighbors about that. Hand pull them. They pull pretty easy. You've been a great attendance. Thank you for inviting me, Heather. Maybe I'll come back if they want me to. Everybody have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much, Tom. All right. Our last portion of the day is our door prizes. If anybody of the vendors, the table booths have their door prizes, I'll give them the time here to draw their names and announce their winners.
Grab a donut on the way out.
And make sure to grab a donut or a cookie on your way out. Also, Marlene has corn nuts and there's sunflower seeds, and your cooler on your lunch bag cooler on the way out. So who's first?
And thank you everyone for keeping with us here on your live event for the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. It has been a pleasure to sit back and learn throughout all the presenters. It's been fantastic. Thank you to the sponsors. Have a fantastic rest of your day wherever you may be. Again, thank you for watching your live event, and this was the 46th annual Norman County Ag Day. Thank you so much for watching.